And traffic-wise, we see there are no major slowdowns to speak of right now. Wonderful news, and we hope it stays that way. 77 for the high today, 82 tomorrow under sunny skies. Then Friday, afternoon or evening showers come in and a high of 81. Saturday, some spotty showers, 79 for the high. Right now, it's 46 on the early game.
.621 on your Wednesday morning, start of SEC basketball conference play, and the day after Preston Thorne, the day after Pro Day, in which did we learn anything? Was there anything we take away? What do you take away from yesterday's Pro Day over at South Carolina?
Again, Pro Day is about essentially you getting out there and being able to show yourself as an individual removed from whatever the confines of your team are. Some players are buoyed up because they're on really good teams, and then when you see them in an individual setting, they're not as impressive. Some players are the exact opposite. Maybe they've been on subpar teams or inferior offenses, and then you see them in an individual setting, and now you're like, oh, maybe this player can contribute to the next level. So what the Pro Day is about showing what you can do as an individual separated from the team.
This was interesting yesterday, talking with Shane Beamer, Dow Loggins in particular. They brought up the offensive line, but they brought up how much it helped Spencer Rattler show how tough he was,
okay,
and what he had to kind of undergo for the NFL, being hit as much as he was. Dow Loggins brought up the play on a 3rd and 10 at Georgia where Spencer Rattler went through, got to his third progression, third receiver, hit, and I remember this play. It was 3rd and 10. I forget who it was. I feel like it was a Marion Brown, but I could be wrong. Hit him in the chest with a perfectly thrown ball while being smacked in the face, and that's something that NFL scouts had been bringing up, was how perfectly Spencer Rattler did everything he needed to do, and then how his body language after was very solid, how they like that.
Yeah, that's definitely something that you would look for as you're watching total game film. What does this athlete do when the chips are down, or when things don't go their way, or when a receiver does drop a ball that hits him in the chest, or when the line isn't blocking for him? I think we all saw a lot of that from Spencer this year. So not the fact that he's not going to run a very good 40 time. We know he has a good arm, but the things that Spencer was questioning was his quote-unquote leadership capabilities, et cetera, et cetera. He already did that on the field. So for Spencer, I don't think there was much upside that he was going to get from a Pro Day. We all know the things that we know about Spencer. But that is interesting that, yeah, we want you because we know you can take a hit. We've seen you get up off your back. We've seen you get sacked. We've seen you throw under pressure, right? And Dow's saying that. He's like, right, Coach Atkins? Right, Lonnie? That's why Spencer's so good, right? Right?
How do they respond to that? How does that response come from the?
Oh, they're just people like everybody else. He didn't say it to them, but they read it on. They saw it. That's what we call a subtweet. They're like, that was at us. Coach is talking about the offensive line, Spencer being good because of the lack of O-line. Okay.
That was, and I don't know, again, what he or Xavier Legette was going to do yesterday. You agree, I think you said this yesterday. There was nothing that they were going to do that was going to change the opinions of NFL scouts, right? Like yesterday, all their as they say, all the hay was in the barn for both of those.
Yeah, I mean, it's for Xavier. Like I said, he was gonna run fast. He was going to be strong. The biggest thing he told the strength, he didn't run again because he didn't have to run again. He already put up his time, so he's like, I'm good on that. Yesterday was about them seeing him more as an individual, less around everybody else. Individual catching the ball, how does he move in and out of routes, his breaks, all of that type of stuff. Xavier is going to be fine.
Going to a guy who probably will not be fine, and you felt bad. We felt bad for him. I did not know what had occurred until way after. I told you that just during the break was DeCarrion Joyner, who ran, and I saw either his agent, mentor, coach, whatever you want to call it. We saw them with him from where we were positioned, and you knew something wasn't right. He either pulled a hamstring or he ran an awful 40 time. And that's the other thing, because you talked about Dante Robinson runs this great 40 time, and everybody cheers. There's a flip side to that yesterday where you don't do what you want to do. You don't get the results you get. You won't.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list, and some guys did not run what they thought they were going to run. And when you don't run that, that's the time that's on from now moving forward. And if you were a fringe guy, it's going to be what they'll point to is they're looking to say, oh, that's the time. Because if you're a running back, or in Trey Knox's case, he ran not a very good 40 time.
Right.
If you're a tight end.
By the way, I did not realize there is actually something I want to get into about the 40s.
Yeah.
I would like to dissect that for a second. But yesterday, because you're right, they got the shorts on. They got the shorts, and they got the shirt. And then to run the 40, you got to disrobe. You basically get naked.
Yeah, because you don't want. NASCAR is drafting, aerodynamics, and all this type of stuff. We don't want all this stuff holding me back, because Lord knows if I ran a 40 in my clothes, I wouldn't have ran a 4.91. It might have been a 4.95 or something.
I've watched people run the 40, so this wasn't like a new revelation. But sitting there where we were sitting, it was Jay Phillips and I doing the Gamecock Plus show. I became more infuriated with the 40, because there is nothing about running a 40 that equals anything you do in football. Like, you have to get down in a stance that you never get down. Like, I was watching guys, they would take so much time getting into that track stance. Then you get the arm kind of locked up behind you. Mm-hmm. And it got to the point I wanted to go over and just yell at people like, this is not how you play football. There is nothing about this that is football related.
All these tests, it's just essentially it's the same thing as a standardized test. It's like the SAT. Like, we need to see you score within a certain realm, but that doesn't have any prediction of whether or not how well you're going to do in college, in life, or whatever the case. But we need to see you score within a certain realm of areas. So, yes, all of those guys went to training, and the trainer told them how you get in a certain stance, and you got to get out of the blocks and all this type of stuff. They're all gaming the system. It does not have to do with actually playing football. But if it confirms something that we already know, then it's not a problem. When we watched Trey Knox this year, I'm not sure anybody thought that he was the fastest or that he had breakout speed. And then when you see his 40 time, you say, okay, that confirms what I thought I saw with my own eyes. And so that's what happens in these 40 times.
But him walking around without running the 40, very impressive.
Of course.
Looked very good. I was like, oh, I'd draft him.
Of course.
He's taller than I thought. He's physically, he looks bigger.
The only problem is, Bill, there are 101 other Trey Knoxes walking around the United States.
At other facilities.
And they have pro days too. So good luck to everybody. I said it's a cool day, but for a lot of guys yesterday, they have either shown that they're not where they thought they were going to be, not where they thought their agents told them that they were going to be, and especially not where they thought their parents were going to be.
803-404-6100. It is the early game.
Hey, it's Jen for CHW Cabinetry in Lexington. And all that demolition we had to do in the kitchen, it was very stressful, but one aspect that made it easier was dealing with CHW Cabinetry. They helped guide us to choose what cabinets maybe would be best for us, different accessories, laying out the design. And then we got that photorealistic rendering, made all the difference in the world as we pulled all of the other aspects of the kitchen together. But they do more than just kitchens. If you have a closet that maybe needs to be more functional, you have a pantry where you don't even know what you have in there, maybe you want some of the pull-out drawers, they can help with that as well. And they can do a lot of things to help maximize functionality. If you have a workspace, maybe you're looking to work from home, they can help you with that as well. Just visit chwcabinetry.com or call them today, 803-520-6837. Be sure to tell them that Jen Jensen sent you. CHW Cabinetry, passion from inspiration to installation. And it appears we do have one accident to make you aware of, and that's Sparkleberry Lane at Risdon Way. And your forecast looking pretty nice for today and really through the remainder of the week. Partly cloudy, 77 for the high today, 82 tomorrow under sunny skies. And some afternoon or evening thunder possible on Friday with a high of 81. Some spotty showers on Saturday, 79 for the high. Right now, 46 on the early game.
Bill Gunner, Preston Thorne, Jen Jensen, as we get you up, get you going here, 6:36 on a Wednesday morning. And for some people, coming to the realization that what they believed in for 50 years no longer exists, Preston Thorne. That was Nick Saban yesterday discussing with Ted Cruz and others at an NIL roundtable in Washington, D.C., the current state of college athletics.
Yeah, I mean, when the GOAT talks, we have to listen. We have to listen and consider him. He said a lot of things that I thought were very interesting and a peek into what he thinks of the current college landscape. I believe you have a clip from him. Let's hear from the GOAT real quick.
All the things that I believed in for all these years, 50 years of coaching, no longer exist in college athletics. So it's always was about developing players. It was always about helping people be more successful in life. My wife even said to me, we'd have all the recruits over on Sunday with their parents for breakfast, and she would always meet with the mothers and talk about how she was going to help and impact their sons and how they would be well taken care of. And she came to me, like right before I retired and said, why are we doing this? And I said, what do you mean? She said, all they care about is how much you're going to pay them. They don't care about how you're going to develop them, which is all what we've always done. So why are we doing this?
He finishes that and says, to me, that was sort of a red alert that we really are creating a circumstance here that is not beneficial to the development of young people.
That is the key sentence out of all of that, and I appreciate the melodramatic talks about Miss Terry. We love you, Miss Terry, but relax on that, all right? We understand that there might have been a conversation, but the most important sentence of that is we are creating a circumstance that is not beneficial to young people, because a lot of the vitriol, a lot of the anger, a lot of the resentment is going towards the young people who are just simply existing in the system that we, the adults, have created. And so I think that out of all the sentences that he said, the most important part is that we have created this system. He went on to further say that the thing that he wants them to see, that he does agree that the athletes should share in part of the revenue that has been created by these sports. He stopped short of employee, but he said that they should share in some of the revenue. And repeat it with me, we all know that how that can be done is through collective bargaining. So we're on that path. But yes, the important part to me is that it says we have created these circumstances. Not the young people have created them. We, the adults, have created them, and they are living in them.
You went through this. Has it changed? This is because to me, it's not changed. It's just been brought to light. Maybe whether it's social media, maybe it's just people talking about it. I mean, you played college football
A long time ago.
with a video game, by the way, that's coming back out. There's
a
video,
long time ago.
But I mean, but it's this. It's not different, is it?
I think we're living in a brand new world. I mean, the idea that you can approach people and ask for upfront an amount of money, that was not something that was available.
But I mean, what you played, how you played, or the game you played, it's not different. The money was there also. Maybe not in the amount that it is now, not the television contracts. But I kind of ask you that, like, did you ever think about stuff like this?
Yes, absolutely. When we were running around broke and looking around and trying to figure out what was happening, yes, players like, man, this is really a precarious situation.
Was there ever a situation you walked into the bookstore? I don't, to my knowledge, number 94 was not hanging up on the.
No, that was not a case.
But you walked in, and you went, wow, where's my dollar on this?
No, that was not the case for me specifically. But again, I wasn't one of the marquee players. But we just saw somebody in the schools that we went to, and you see players. You see your jerseys, and it's like, whose jersey is that? Is this person or this person? And they definitely related to a specific person. What Nick is saying is that what has changed is this idea that we all are recognizing and understanding that, yes, this is a multi-billion-dollar business, and the athletes and their people around them are understanding that they feel like they should have some rights to that. And what he also went on to further say is that what we've currently created with this system is not what the intentions were with NIL. He said, yes, Bryce Young had an NIL agreement, which was awesome because he was representing Dr. Pepper. He named 3 other players that had specific endorsement deals. He encouraged that. He said that that is a good thing. However, what we're currently doing is not necessarily what the spirit of the law, and that's what Nick was trying to get at.
He goes on to say, I want their quality of life to be good. Name, image, and likeness is a great opportunity for them, the players, to create a brand for themselves. I'm not against that at all, to come up with some kind of system that can still help the development of young people, I think is paramount to the future of college athletics. And I think you, having gone through it, agree with that. I think. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying what I went through 25 years ago is we're not in that same universe. Yes, it's college football, but it's not the same thing. What I think the conversation has to be had is that when we talk about the development of young people, I think that's a different conversation when you're talking about transferring or actually being able to gain an education. Those are different conversations. I think that's what Nick Saban was trying to hint at. But make no mistake about it, money is good. And if somebody's asking for money, there's nothing wrong with asking for money. There's nothing. Money is what makes this thing operate around us. And so if players are asking for money, that's not a problem. And contrary to popular belief, money can help in my development, because if I'm not broke, I might have more options in my life. So we can't.
Or you have less stress. It's true. Money brings less stress. You're not thinking about where your next meal is coming
money
from.
Money alleviates some issues, right? It doesn't buy happiness, but it does take care of things that you might be worried about in other situations.
This is, I don't know if you're in agreement, but when and it will come when college football breaks away, why Nick Saban should be commissioner, right? Like, he feels it. Either he speaks, as you said, when he speaks, we listen.
We have to.
But he seems to have it all well thought out.
Yeah, because he seems to have, obviously he's dealt with the issue on the ground floor, and he can be able to speak to all of the parties that are involved. And as you listen to his language, he gave a very in-depth answer about what he thought the issue was. And there was one part that he slipped up on, though. There was one part that he slipped up on. Nick seems to think that there was parity in college football in a previous time. And I'm not sure if that was the case back in the days. So yeah, that was one part where Nick wanted to go back to the good old days of parity being involved in college football, and I don't know if that was the case at Alabama, sir.
No, there was not a whole lot of parity at Alabama. 803-404-6100. Coming up next, Toby Edwards will join us from the Carolina Cup. Little horse racing. There you go. Preston Thorne, well-known equestrian. Yeah, we'll just let that one lie.
Yeah.
You're listening to Preston Thorne, Bill Gunner, she's Jen Jensen. It's the early game. 803-404-6100, how you can join in. Again, SEC tournament getting underway today, Preston. I'll continue to make my push for more afternoon sports. A little afternoon college basketball yesterday. I can get on board with that as the ACC got going. So did the Big 12. Do you, former South Carolina athletes, do you kind of keep track of them a good bit? Is that on your radar?
Former, what do you mean?
Well, I guess where I'm going with this is Mike Boynton.
Yeah, of course.
And keeping him, Mike's our age.
Yeah.
Mike went to school with both of us, and being that y'all were athletes, probably kept a little bit closer. They took it on the chin yesterday from Central Florida, 77-62. And this was a name that was kind of brought up a little bit during the coaching search for Lamont Paris. And interesting to see where Mike Boynton's career goes
the
now.
Tide, that feels like the tide is turning. The seat might be warming up. It feels as if things they hit a high point, and it feels as if things are kind of changing a little bit.
Yeah, their high point was odd, and I say that because of the fact that they brought in Cade Cunningham because he hired Cade Cunningham's, I believe it was brother, to be an assistant coach. I believe it was brother, might have been father, but brought in a family member, and you felt kind of like, that wasn't just Cade Cunningham choosing Oklahoma State.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's how the game is played in a lot of ways, and hopefully you can parlay that into a new thing, and hopefully maybe you can build upon that momentum. That hasn't happened. Mike talked a little bit earlier the year about how recruiting has been affected by the new college landscape, so he's going to have to figure that out because he got a pretty hefty contract, and getting thumped like that is not what they're paying for.
No, and not a good season for them. They finished 12-20, 13th in the Big 12, and Big 12 is really good in basketball, but Oklahoma State has high standards for basketball, and it's interesting to follow him because he's the first real athlete I remember playing that has now become a coach. Like we've seen Chris Hampton, who's now a defensive coordinator at Oregon. Obviously, Travian Robertson's back here coaching defensive line. Eric Kimmery came in and coached tight end. But this is the first one, and correct me if like Dan Reeves. Everybody talks about Dan Reeves, but that was well before my time. But Mike Boynton at Oklahoma State's the first guy I remember playing that has now become a head coach, and this is starting to look like a struggle here.
Yeah, it looks like it's going in the wrong direction. So he's going to have to get that cleaned up because he does have a lot of money on the books, and they are used to winning out there. And T-Bone Pickens and the crew will not take that lightly.
No.
So they have the war chest to make things move if they need to.
So that was yesterday. Again, plenty to take place later on today, and I'll get to that schedule here. But going back to the other game that we were all kind of interested in, College of Charleston in overtime. College of Charleston's going to the NCAA tournament, 82-79. They knock off Stony Brook in overtime. Rain Smith with 23 points last night.
Congratulations to the Fighting Cougars. You know, we see them moving up, and it's really tough because it's only you have to win in order to get in, and that's a situation, man. Regardless of how your season goes, just having that one bid for the league makes it very, very stressful.
A lot of pressure last night on them. But again, it's fun to see Charleston back in it. Pat Kelsey again is a guy who I think has made quite a name for himself. I think he'll have a bigger job in the very near future. And this just another nice piece he adds, much like Lamont Paris, adding yesterday AP Coach of the Year. Pat Kelsey adding nice pieces to the resume.
So Lamont Paris right now is SEC Coach of the Year by the coaches. And then he's AP Coach of the Year also?
That's what I read, yes.
Okay, so there's two of those so far. So he's gotten both of those. He's got the coaches. Now we're moving on to the nationals, right? So he has potential to get a Coaches Association, National Coach of the Year, and another AP Association. Okay, all right.
That's what I'm saying. Those you got to build
rack
good,
them up.
big bookcases, big bookshelves there,
Starting to
so
rack them
that
up.
these trophies can fit on there. It's kind of like, remember when you play NCAA college football and you'd get the trophies and they put them in the little, you could kind of scroll across the pages. That's what Lamont's doing right now.
Starting to rack them up. That's good. I'm sure there's some other organizations that he can collect some trophies from.
With that in mind, also, Louisville yesterday plans to inform Kenny Payne. He is no longer, his services are no longer needed. That's a big time job. And I do like Louisville. I don't like seeing them be as down as they are. I mean, that program is in the dumps.
Yeah, that's one that we probably need to keep an eye on. That's a very big-time program. Historically, great basketball job. Those people want to win in basketball. Louisville is very close to Ohio geographically. I'm not sure which part of the state Lamont is from, but that's one that I think we might need to keep an eye on. Let's just watch how that plays out.
Well, we will certainly talk a little bit more about that. Trey Kelly set to join us in the next hour. Mike Yuva wants to weigh in on some pro day stuff. We'll let him hop in for a second, and we'll get some takes from him. As you mentioned also Wagner, by the way, upsetting number 1 seed Merrimack.
Okay.
To win the NEC title.
That puts him in, or that puts him in the play.
That puts Wagner's in.
Nice.
Wagner's in. We'll talk more about that. It's the early game. Bill Gunner for the Mortgage Guru, Jacob Crowder with First Palmetto Bank. Now, First Palmetto Bank is locally owned and operated, which means if you're looking for an interest rate quote, if you're thinking about moving, if you're thinking about upgrading or downsizing, whatever it may be, guess what? First Palmetto Bank and Jacob Crowder can get you a quick and precise underwriting to get you the answers you need. So don't wait a day longer. Contact the Mortgage Guru. He helped me just a few years ago, and I tell you what, it was a very easy process, and it still is today. I highly recommend calling Jacob Crowder today, 803-719-1005. You can email him, the letter J, Crowder at firstpalmetto.com. If the new year's bringing change for you, give Jacob Crowder a call, 803-719-1005. That's how you can reach him. He's the Mortgage Guru for a reason. Call today, get a quote, find out how Jacob Crowder and First Palmetto Bank can help you.
Taking a peek at those traffic conditions out there this morning, we're showing an accident Sparkleberry Lane at Risdon Way. Also, Harbison Boulevard at St. Andrews Road. 77 for the high today, looking for a high of 82 tomorrow under sunny skies. Come Friday, 81 with some evening thunder and some spotty showers for Saturday. 79 is what we're looking at for the high, but not too shabby right now. Just a jacket needed this morning. It's 46 on the early game.
Seven a.m. on a Wednesday morning, and Preston Thorne. I got to admit, nostalgia. This was usually the day that I would skip school. Now, well known, my father. I didn't trick my father. I didn't fake going out. I didn't go out the front door, roll around the back door. Father left. No, but I got to admit, this was the day, man. Back in the day, Big East tournament would get going on Wednesday. You'd have noon basketball taking place. I got to admit, maybe it's my own stupidity, and I'll openly admit that, but I was more likely to skip this day and catch basketball all day long because you had the conference tournaments as opposed to skipping, like, say, next Thursday when you had the NCAA tournament. Ooh. I did do that. I did. There was a time that was an actual skipping of school. I left and went to a buddy's house. And boy, was his mother surprised when she made a midday appearance at her house, and there I was drinking Mountain Dew and eating oatmeal cream pies. That's always the one. The parents always somehow end up coming home early that day. That's how it always ends up happening. But this was the day, and it gets going 11:30 this morning. USA Network. How about that for some basketball? St. Joseph's and George Mason. And then that's followed up with a couple noon games. Florida State, Virginia Tech, Central Florida, coming off that beating of Oklahoma State, taking on BYU at 12:30, 1 o'clock. If you're into this kind of thing, Rice and Wichita State. And then it really gets rolling around the 2 o'clock hour with a whole bunch of conference games, even including the Pac-12. So this was my day. This was kind of my middle schoolish day. I don't know if you had the family chair. My father had a big blue recliner. All right, so this was your day to get in the recliner? To get in the recliner, get the blankets, have all kinds of food. That's just how I learned how to order a pizza and just watch college basketball all day. Solid day. So it is the official start of conference tournament week today to me. Yesterday you had some ACC games. You also had the pro day yesterday, and I'm trying to figure out what to take away from it. I'm trying to figure out. So real quick, what should I take away from yesterday? I mean, you can look at the times. You can look at the temperament of the players. You can look at all the people that were involved, who participated. I wonder, when you look at the numbers of people participating, what does that mean towards the future as far as recruiting? There's a lot of things that you could draw from, but I think looking at individual performances is probably your best route. Let's talk with Mike Uva. He is on the phone line heading up to Nashville bright and early this morning. Gamecock Central's Mike Uva. Mike, how you doing this morning, sir?
I'm doing all right. I tell you what, this daylight savings time thing, God bless people that have to wake up early because I'm not a morning person, and I feel like I'm driving like at 10 at night right now. So hopefully I don't lose you guys, and hopefully I can continue to see the road. Fingers crossed. The big difference, though, in the morning is that the sun is coming up soon, so you will get a burst of energy. With that being said, give it to me in 30. With that being said, Mike, before we get into Pro Day, Coach Staley posted a tweet yesterday about only having 4 miles left until empty on our tank.
Mike, please tell me you're not one of these people. What's your gas up situation like?
All right. This is the circle of trust. It's just you, me, Will, and no one else listening.
This is us.
I've been a jabroni twice down in South Carolina. I've run out of gas twice because I try. Now, I've got better. I've learned my lesson. It's very embarrassing when you run out of gas. So we're better. We're getting better at it. So now my thing is I have like the Shaq philosophy where I try to fill it up when we're halfway there so that it's never really empty. I don't know if you've ever seen that back and forth on TNT, but that's my philosophy now. I try to fill it up around half. I tweeted this out yesterday, though. He said, "Can anyone beat me?" I said, Tennessee tried to, but they ran out of gas with 1.1.
Nice. Mike, I will say this, and this is the circle of trust. It's only us listening, but your writing has lost a little bit of credibility with me now. I don't know if we need to even further this conversation on Pro Day because now we know your stance on gas. But moving on, I've known you for a while, and what was the vibe like yesterday in the building for Pro Day?
I mean, I've covered a couple of them there. I've covered Pro Days at different schools. I remember covering Ole Miss when they had Laramie Tonsil, Robert Condici. They had 3 first-round draft picks back in 2016. So I've had experience covering a couple of these things. Yesterday, I think the biggest thing that stood out to me was guys just seemed very, very, very relaxed. Very relaxed. I mean, starting with Xavier Legette, I had a chance to talk with him right after he finished out, banging out 24 on the bench press. And, obviously he didn't do any of the time events as far as running because he didn't really need to after running a 4.29 in Indy a couple weeks ago at the NFL Combine. So I think the biggest thing that just stood out to me, guys like Legette, guys like Spencer Rattler, they just looked calm. They just looked ready to go. They just look like they're at that point where they understand what's at stake and pressure's not going to bother them. Now, obviously, there's some guys yesterday that it was essentially their NFL Combine, right? They don't get invited to the Combine out in Indy, but they have their pro day, and it felt like for the majority of the guys, the nerves were shaken off them. I mean, Marion Brown running a 4.31. I mean, he wanted to run into the 4.2s, but these guys understanding, hey, the spotlight's on. Now's the time. I felt like a lot of guys really rose to the occasion. Turbo Miller being one of those guys as well. What a great story. Multiple guys I felt like really balled out yesterday.
You're right. The headliners was Spencer and Xavier, and Xavier went out and caught passes from Spencer, and Spencer threw all the passes that you wanted. He threw a dime, about a 55-yarder, Preston, that he put in the back of the end zone. And was it Xavier that made the catch? It was a great catch. Somebody. I bet he showcased everything he did. The guy that I'm most intrigued on, and I want to hear Mike your opinion and Preston's opinion, Jordan Strawn. Because Jordan was projected as about a 4th or 5th round pick in 2022, suffered the knee injury at Arkansas. Now he's coming back. Is it better for him to be drafted, or is it better for him to maybe be a free agent and be able to pick and choose what his team is, what the best the best depth chart situation is? Mike, your opinion.
Well, I'm glad you brought him up because earlier in the week, I mean, I wrote about 2 guys in particular that people should keep an eye on that weren't invited to the Combine, and that was Marion Brown and the other one being Jordan Strawn. And I truly believe if Strawn didn't go through the knee injury last year against Arkansas, he would have been a guy that could potentially have been, a late 3rd or early 4th round pick simply because of what he was able to do at not just Georgia State, but what he was on. What I felt like what he was going to do in 2022 before he got hurt. So I think the thing with Strawn, certainly 2 things are going to go against him. I think one, obviously, the injury, right? I mean, what does he look like? I think being able to overcome the mental hurdles, which I talk about a lot with a lot of these players, the mental hurdles when you come back from a lower body injury that first year back, I feel like he was able to prove, okay, I can do it. But the other thing that he's going to be going up against is the fact that he's going to be one of the older players in this year's draft class. He's going to be 25 years old. Now, that doesn't mean you can't still get drafted. I mean, it's not apples to apples, but Hayden Hurst, when he was drafted, he was a first-round draft pick, got picked but at the age of 24, just a couple months before his 25th birthday. So certainly teams, if they like you, they'll bring you in. But I feel like he'll probably be towards the back end. And honestly, if I'm him, yes, it's great to hear your name called. But at that point, I'd rather be able to play the numbers game. I'd rather be an undrafted free agent. I'd rather look at the situation and say, okay, how many edge players are at this team? How many edge players are at this team? These two teams are looking at me. Let's go here. I like my odds better. But he looked really good yesterday. We didn't have a chance to talk with him. Players had the option whether or not they wanted to speak with the media. He didn't come on over. That was his choice. But I really would have loved to have heard from him. But he did some good things yesterday, and I really think whoever takes him is going to get a steal, especially because he was a guy that should have been, a high draft pick a year ago.
Preston, I was going to ask you this about Jordan Strachan at his age. Is that a detriment at 25? Because 25, you're physically mature. Like, the NFL's not looking at you. I was trying to think of who I was talking about yesterday, who they were looking at and thinking, oh, okay, he's in a position where he can come in and play, but we can still build his body a little. I think it was Xavier Legette, who's physically a very mature kid, his size. But Jordan Strachan at 25 is older than, I don't know what the average age of the NFL players are, but do you think that's a detriment?
If they were looking to build a franchise around him, it would be a detriment, but Jordan's not going to be a franchise type of player. He's going to be a guy that gets in a system, and so he's looking to fill pieces now. I don't think it would be a detriment to him specifically, but there are players that being that old would be a detriment, but they're not building a franchise around him, so I think it's all right.
Mike, I'm with you. He would have been drafted in 2023. 2023. He was projected at least as high as a fourth-round draft pick. Maybe it would have been lower, but it is interesting to see him. Another guy yesterday that really I think was trying to utilize the day to continue to build momentum was Marcellus Dial, Mike, and I don't know if you had a chance to talk with him.
Yeah, Marcellus, from a testing standpoint, I mean, he did the majority of his running out in Indy, like a lot of the guys that were invited out to the NFL Combine. But I think the thing that really impressed me about Marcellus is he's continued to just make the most out of each opportunity. And what I mean by that is you go back to not just the NFL Combine where he ran some very good numbers, but you go back to the East-West Shrine game. And he was able to really ball out. He played multiple positions, not just cornerback. He played some nickel, he played some safety, just showing teams that versatility. And I think of the speed part of it, because I was listening to you talk about the 40, and I think a lot of people, when they look at the 40, they're figuring, like, all right, when do you see a player run in a straight line in a game with no pads on? Like, obviously that doesn't happen. But there is something that can help players, and that's being able to go back to the reason why there is even a 40, and that's because of Paul Brown when he was head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals. He created this because back then the average punt was around 40 yards, and he wanted to figure out, okay, which guys can cover the field the quickest, and obviously that 4.3, 4.5, 4.6, that's usually around the hang time mark of NFL punchers, especially back then and obviously still today. So it can help players in that sense if they're competing for spots, whether it be trying to get drafted, whether it's trying to get an invite to camp, or even just trying to help their draft stock. So in addition to what Marcellus Dial can bring to the table from a defensive back standpoint, he also has proven during his time at South Carolina that he can make an impact on special teams, but certainly being able to have a high 40, that will only help because teams will look at him and say, hey, maybe that's the guy that can play gunner for us as well.
803-404-6100 if you want to weigh in on anything you hear this morning. Richard weighing in saying Dante Miller's pro day better than most anyone at the big combine day in Indy, and you heard Mike mention that. We'll also hear Mike talk a little bit about the SEC basketball tournament. He's on his way up there driving in the dark. Glad you're surviving that. Yes, the sun will come up, although you're heading an hour behind us. So we'll talk a little bit with Mike Uva about the SEC basketball tournament getting underway later on this evening. You're listening to Preston Thorne and Bill Gunner. Mike Uva joining us this morning via the phone. It is the early game. You probably got a lot on your plate right now, but let me help you take one thing off. That's spring cleaning. You don't need to deal with it. It's time to call Zerorez Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. And all you need to do is mention me, Bill Gunner, at 107.5 The Game, and you'll get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for just $129. Plus, you'll get a free hallway. Give them a phone call today, 803-262-4020, or you can schedule online, ZerorezColumbia.com. Zerorez, with their patented ZR water technology, scientifically proven to keep the carpets, rugs, tile, upholstery all insanely clean, and do it without leaving behind a sticky, soapy residue, so you can feel comfortable rolling around on your carpet, screaming after your team hits the big shot during the big tournament, or you can feel comfortable with your kids or pets playing on their carpet. Go ahead, call Zerorez today, and again, mention me, Bill Gunner, at 107.5 The Game, and you'll get 3 rooms of carpet clean for $129 plus a free hallway. 803-262-4020. Zerorez, spell it backwards and forwards. It's the right way to clean.
We have an accident at Harbison Boulevard at St. Andrews Road. And still working that earlier tie-up, Sparkleberry Lane at Risdon Way. That forecast, we're looking at 77 for the high today, mix of clouds and sun. Sunny tomorrow, 82 for the high, 81 on Friday with some afternoon or evening thunder. and some spotty showers on Saturday. Does not appear to be a washout, and that's good news. 79 for Saturday. Right now, though, a jacket might be needed for just a little bit. It's 46 on the early game.
$7:20 as we roll along here on your Wednesday morning. Want to remind you the 107.5 The Game Spring Golf Tournament coming up April 5th. Preston Thorne, he will hit the opening tee shot that morning. He is gearing up. He's training properly, eating right. Yes, no?
Remember, I will make the first worst shot so that you can golf for the rest of the day. So I'm taking all the bullets for everybody. Making the first
True
shank.
gentleman.
That's what I'm going to do. First ground ball, first shank. It's on me.
Worm burner. Yeah.
Everybody, what's that called? What's that?
Worm burner.
Worm burner.
What's that mean?
So it stays low on the ground, basically.
So that's not a good thing.
No.
Don't want that. Okay. Don't want the worm burner. All right.
April 5th, go ahead and call out to Charwood today and get registered. 803-755-2000. Again, that's 803-755.
Worm burner. Low.
Yeah. It's coming.
It might, burn him up a little bit as it's cruising past
I
him.
get it. Okay, yeah. Don't want any of those.
Yeah, 803-755.
It's like that light bulb got really bright for a second. Like, wait
all of a sudden, I watched him. He wrote it down, and then his face lit up.
I had to write it, and then I read it, and I was like, oh. Worm
burner. Yeah, there you go. Call Charwood and register so you can come hang out with us and pick up more of this information. It'll be Friday, April the 5th, Final Four weekend. We expect to see the women in the Final Four. Who knows? Maybe we'll see the men. We'll talk with Mike Uva about that here in just a second. We'll have breakfast. We'll have lunch. We'll have raffles, and we'll have giveaways. 10 a.m. shotgun start. It'll be $400 per team. Go ahead and call today and get yourself registered at Charwood. These spots go fast. Normally we take about 28 teams. I know a lot of them are starting to fill up, so go ahead and call out to Charwood today and get registered. 803-755-2000 is how you can do that. Again, 10 a.m. shotgun started is the 107.5 The Game Spring Golf Tournament coming up on April the 5th. 803-404-6100 if you want to weigh in. Mike Uva, you familiar with worm burners, right? In golf, you knew what that was?
You say that again? You said Whataburger, you said?
Worm burner. Worm. You know what? Now I'm just confusing myself.
You can tell that I'm starting to go through an interesting part now because that part dropped off. But no, I'm not familiar with Wormburger. Now I'm actually a little intrigued.
Golf shot. We'll get more into that golf season.
It's not a good shot. No,
it's not a good shot. It could be a good shot. Could be. Could roll right up on the green if you like to play it low.
That's true. It is not a pretty shot. It can be functional, but it isn't pretty.
That's a good point. Good point there. You're on your way to Nashville, where tonight we will get some basketball. The SEC. Preston brought up yesterday for South Carolina basketball. Mike Uva, mission accomplished. Yep. Or mission accomplished? Which one is it right now? Question mark. There's still more to do, or is this season complete at this moment?
Now, at this point, I mean, and I know fans don't want to hear this. Lamont Paris won't agree with it, but I mean, anything after this point is the cherry on top. I mean, let's just be honest with ourselves. If we go back to the fall, before the start of the season, and you told me, and I told you that South Carolina was going to make the NIT, I think a lot of people would have been happy with that. The fact that they've been able to do what they've been able to accomplish, going from 11 wins last year to 25 wins this year, setting a new program record for wins in the regular season, and everything else in between, it's just been a magical season. But what happens naturally, we've seen that with football. I mean, what Shane Beamer was able to do in such a short period of time. Naturally, the bar goes up. And because of college basketball and the way it is, you have essentially a new season coming up. So I think for many fans, and I'm right there with you, I want them to continue just to win, just because it's just been such a fun season. It's been such a long time since we've been able to see a men's basketball program in Columbia be able to do the things that they're doing. So, yes, I mean, anything that they do after this, it's the cherry on top, but certainly we'd love to see them continue to play for the next couple weeks.
Am I wrong feeling they need to win a game here in the SEC tournament? I used the word validation yesterday.
Yeah, you said the word validation yesterday, and I agree with Mike. I think anything past this, we all would be very happy. But when you said the word validation, it's almost like we need to prove that we're legit, prove that this is a real thing, prove that all the stuff that happened over the past 3 months was an actual really thing, and that we are a force to be reckoned with in the SEC when it comes down to this. So I do like the word of validation. Me personally, and I love the way you said that, Mike. Obviously, Lamont's not satisfied. Obviously, the team's not satisfied. Me personally, as a casual and a fan, this year has been awesome already. But a couple more wins wouldn't hurt, though.
No, a couple wins would. But I guess it's also because you're going to play you're going to play a team that is seated much lower than you. And you don't want to be upset. Like we were, and you don't want to lose a game that you feel like you should have won, i.e. Georgia and LSU at home this year. Mike, that's where I go with this. Do you have by the way, Vanderbilt and Arkansas, they're playing better. Arkansas really should have beaten Alabama this past weekend. Preference on who South Carolina would rather face tomorrow evening or tomorrow afternoon?
I mean, I want to say Vanderbilt simply because we saw what Arkansas was able to do to Alabama the other day. Now, Arkansas, they had their opportunities, multiple opportunities in that game. And as we all know, when it comes to not just the NCAA tournament, but the SEC tournament, anything can happen. So I say Vanderbilt just because of what Arkansas was able to do to Alabama the other day, even though they weren't able to get the win. But, I mean, Alabama, of course, they're going through their own funk right now. I mean, they're very fortunate they were able to get the win the other day.
Well, when you're looking at this, South Carolina obviously has this opportunity. Are there any other teams that you think – so as I'm looking at the bracket, let me rephrase it. I'm looking at the bracket. Tennessee's 1, Kentucky's 2, Alabama's 3, Auburn is 4, South Carolina with the 5th rank. Is there any other teams in that second level of teams that you think is a threat towards South Carolina? Obviously, Mississippi State, LSU, Florida. Any other one of those teams that we don't particularly want to see?
I would say Florida simply because, you know, what they were doing with South Carolina when they played them a little bit earlier this season, they had opportunities. I felt like Florida, they really struggled when South Carolina went to the zone. So, you know, just like we've talked about with football or, you know, with basketball, if you play a team multiple times, it's not easy, right? It's very difficult to beat a team a second time, right? So I bring that up just because I'm not saying that South Carolina can't beat them, but I think just because of some of the matchups that were created in that game that we saw, that could be, when you're talking about second-tier teams. Now, we're going to talk about first-tier teams outside of Tennessee. I really think that Auburn matchup, I mean, you look at those 4 teams, Tennessee aside, I really think Auburn's a team that could win it all. And I think that matchup, if South Carolina is fortunate enough to get to Friday, I really think that game could determine, you know, a lot. I mean, whoever comes out of that top half of that bracket, when I'm talking about Tennessee, Auburn, South Carolina, I really think they have the best chances simply because they're playing the best basketball. I mean, Kentucky, but I think from a national standpoint, a lot of people are really pumping up Kentucky right now. I don't know what it is. I get they have the talent, but they're a young team. We've seen them make a lot of dumb mistakes that inexperienced teams make. But I really like the chances if they're able to get by Auburn. But certainly they have to get there first.
Mike, safe travels to you, man. We appreciate you stopping in this morning. A lot of good information on Pro Day. Obviously, basketball getting going tonight up in Nashville, and we look forward to catching up with you here in the future.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Don't be a jabroni. Get some gas.
Yeah, yes. Don't run out, especially on that drive.
Will do.
Appreciate you.
And maybe stop and get a Mega Millions ticket, too, because that's actually why I would stop for gas right now. Mega Millions up to $792 million if you're interested in that kind of thing.
That could work.
Worth stopping for some gas and a Mega Million ticket. Trey Kelly will join us next, former Gamecock point guard. We'll talk with him about his run through the SEC tournament as well as how he has watched Talon Cooper play. You're listening to Preston Thorne, Bill Gunner, she's Jen Jensen. It's the early game.
Preston here. Let me tell you about my friends at Absolute Glass, the premier glass company of the Midlands, offering auto, home, and business glass repair. If your glass is damaged, shattered, cracked, or broken, they can handle the job. If it's a cracked windshield, that's no problem. They will come out to your location and replace it for you, wherever you are. Whether you're at home, work, school, it doesn't matter. They will come out to you and replace it for you, usually for free, and they'll work directly with your insurance company to take away the headache. They also will give you a free quote for any job. Now, if you're at home and you're looking to increase the value of your home, Absolute Glass can take care of that also. Windows, mirrors, shower enclosures. I say all the time, if you can see through it, Ray and Marianne at Absolute Glass can do it. So check them out online at AbsoluteGlassInc.com. That's online at AbsoluteGlassInc.com.
far as the traffic conditions are concerned, out there this morning, we are looking at Harbison Boulevard at St. Andrews Road having an accident. Also, I-20 westbound at Broad River Road and Sparkleberry Lane at Risdon Way. Be careful out there if you would this morning. 77 will be our high today. And we'll see some sunny skies tomorrow. 82 for the high, 81 with some afternoon thunder on Friday. Right now, though, it is 46 on the early game.
$7:35 as we roll along here on your Wednesday morning. Preston Thorne, Bill Gunner, Jen Jensen, joined here in a few minutes by former Gamecock point guard Trey Kelly, and we'll get his take because, again, Preston, I wonder how we will look back at Talon Cooper as a point guard for South Carolina. It's an interesting, I think, to me, view of how we look at the transfer portal and players coming to us, because Talon Cooper's played for Morehead State, he's played for Minnesota, but he's come here and conceivably been one of the best point guards I've seen come through South Carolina in the last 40 years.
Yeah, I think it's more than interesting. What I think the key aspect is that he is from South Carolina. So there's that aspect of him coming home, so true to say. So he went away, played his basketball there. He's come back around. Even though it's only for 1 year, we still feel like he's ours because he's from here.
And, again, statistically, what he's doing with assists is crazy. South Carolina, I think that's a very underrated portion of what South Carolina does, is how they move the ball. And joining us now to talk about that is a former point guard, a guy who knows a thing or two about making some assists, and a guy who has his cell phone this morning. Good to hear from you, Trey Kelly. Glad you can join us, big guy. How you feeling this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
Doing great, man. How's everything going?
Everything's great, man. Good to hear from you guys.
So really quickly, I've been asking everybody that's on the show. Coach Staley posted a tweet yesterday saying that nobody could beat her at this game. And the game was, she had 4 miles till empty before she was going to get gas. Trey, what's your philosophy on getting gas?
Listen, man, I think I've been on zero before and got about another 8 miles.
Oh, you like to maximize. So you feel like once you see it go to zero, you feel like you can stretch
That was very dangerous. I didn't want to do that, to be honest with you, but I think I've done that before. So I don't know who will win that game, but I think I've flirted with that before.
I actually, what is it? Is it Hughie Street that's one over? You go past the McDonald's, you go down like you're going to Todd Moore. I think one time I came off of 26 and somehow, thankfully, got to the top of that hill and just coasted down into that Exxon station that's down there right across from Founders Park. Preston, I want to make sure you're in a good mood when I start telling my gas stories before we get into that. But Trey, before you popped on here, we were talking about Talon Cooper.
Yeah.
As a former point guard, how do you view? He's a different guy than you were. He's big. He's a big physical guy. Doesn't play. I would say doesn't play quite as quick as you did, but he's a different guy. What is your take on him?
He's phenomenal to me because he can play at all 3 levels, and that's big for a point guard, especially with his size. And he can post you up too, and he can find guys and make plays for other guys in the post. He can get in the lane. Of course, like you said, he's not as quick. He doesn't play, he doesn't play a lot of one-on-one basketball like I did back then, or a lot of high pick and roll like I did back then. But he's very effective. I love his game. He's very poised. He keeps the motor going for those guys, and he's basically the brains to that engine. So he's perfect to me.
How do you think we view him with being a one-year guy, having played at Morehead State, having played at Minnesota? Preston says because he's also a in-state guy, he's one of ours. But how do you view this current era of college athletics with the transfer portal and guys bouncing around like that? How do you think he ends up being viewed in the same realm as you and Devin Downey and Melvin Watson and Aaron Lucas?
Yeah.
How do you think he gets viewed?
I mean, it'll be tough to get that kind of reception that the guys you just named got. But what he's doing right now, it has to be considered special, because, second team all SEC. And I think it speaks a lot to what he's done in regards to perseverance, playing at Morehead State, being able to go to Minnesota, being able to come to South Carolina. That takes a strong mindset to make all of that, make all of those moves and be able to go and be successful making all of those moves. Some guys do it because, they just, that things are not working out. They want to quit and they want to change. I think he's doing it to prove himself, and that's a different aspect. And people have to respect that and show him some love.
Trey Kelly joining us this morning. Obviously, the SEC tournament about to take place. You had your own memorable run through the SEC tournament. Unfortunately, it ended against Florida in the championship. What do you remember about playing in a tournament like this and the pace of it, where you play, you sleep, you play, you sleep if you get hot?
Yes, indeed, man. It's actually a lot of fun when you love the game. It is a lot of fun because, you're actually there to do a job, and if you're locked in, you really, really play well. Like you said, you play, you sleep, you eat. Thing is, you're staying hydrated. You're trying to do everything that you could do in order to be successful that next day and get to the day after that. Of course, my junior season, we lost to Florida in the SEC championship game, and that was a lot of fun, man. It was heartbreaking to lose that game. We had those guys. We didn't get that last stop on that Joakim Noah tip-in, but it was a lot of fun, man. And I viewed that as something that was very memorable. Of course, we wanted that win, so it is a little heartbreaking there, but it was a special time, man, and we all enjoyed that. We still talk about that. We wish we had that last minute back. Even that last play, I think I shot a 3 to try to win the game, maybe get to the basket. But it's great memories tied into that SEC tournament run.
Sadly, yes, I remember that. You shot a 3. It was halfway down and rimmed out.
Halfway down, man. And that would have sent us to the tournament. We got snubbed, I think, for the NCAA tournament. I think we should have gotten in because we beat a lot of teams from the SEC that got in that year. But it was a fun time, man, to be honest with you. We came back proud. I think we had a lot of momentum going into that second NIT run, and, it was no stopping us from there. So I think if we would have, at least gotten to that NCAA tournament, 2 wins I see with us getting to that Sweet 16. We were a good team that year.
We'll talk a little bit more about that. Let's hold you over. You got time for one more segment with us?
Yes, indeed. Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely.
Let's keep you around, get your thoughts on the current state of the SEC. And you're right, I'm showing Preston right now a 25-point performance from Trey Kelly on a Friday against Tennessee. At that point, number 16 Tennessee, where you were 7 of 13 from the field, 9 of 10 from the free throw line. We'll brag more about your accomplishments as well as look ahead to this coming SEC tournament. Trey Kelly joining us this morning. You're listening to Preston Thorne, Bill Gunner. Again, Trey Kelly, Jen Jensen. It is the early game. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing. We're going to get some rain here in the coming days, and is your roof ready for it? Are you ready? Have you already done leak protection, leak detection, leak protection? You get all these key words, and you know what? They all rhyme with Mid-State Roofing. All right, it doesn't rhyme at all, but the point is it starts with Mid-State Roofing. That's how you make sure you protect your roof, because for nearly 30 years, Mid-State Roofing has been the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. And you can call them today and get a maintenance contract. They've got a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week call center, 803-356-1919. Again, it's 803-356-1919. You can get in touch with Mid-State Roofing right now. They have an on-call technician that's ready to put you in a maintenance contract. And with the spring rains, the summer storms coming, you need to make sure that roof is ready to handle it. So call Mid-State Roofing today. If you've got a leak, let Mid-State Roofing take a peek. .749 here, a few minutes left with former Gamecock point guard Trey Kelly as he joins us this morning. SEC men's basketball tournament starting later on this evening. And Trey, big picture, you look at the SEC this year. What do you see? What is your take on the current status of SEC basketball?
I think it's one of the better years. There's a lot of talent in that league. It'll be a great SEC tournament. You know, you have all these great teams, from the normal great teams like Kentucky. Auburn has been great, you know, over the last few years. You have Tennessee; they've been rolling. Alabama scores the ball a lot. There's a lot of talent there. You have our guys who I think is the most heady team, the best defensive team I see. And I just think it's going to be a great time. And, a lot of people will have even more respect, for this league after the tournament is over.
So, Trey, as you're watching these games, what is something that we as casuals can look for maybe early to let us know that the Gamecocks are doing things that they want to do as far as game plan-wise is concerned?
Whatever that halftime looks like, in regards to how well we are defending and how well we're scoring the ball. I think that's been kind of if we have one, our Achilles heel. We get stagnant a lot, and, we go through bunches of time without scoring the ball well. And if we could put that together, which I'm sure the staff is talking about, I think we'll be in a positive mood, going into the second half of pretty much every game that we play this weekend.
Ask both you and Preston this as college athletes. What is your take on running through the SEC tournament but potentially wearing yourself out for the NCAA tournament as opposed to, all right, maybe you win a game, you keep the momentum, but let's just say you get knocked out by Auburn. What is your take on that, Trey? Because this team doesn't have to win the SEC tournament to get into the NCAA tournament. How do you view that as a former player?
No, I think you lay it all on the line and not even worried about the NCAA tournament. You'll have a little time to rest in between, and you just go out there and give it your all. It's not like the NBA and, you're bouncing right back. You're going to have a tough weekend if you get all the way to Sunday in regards to the fatigue level and, trying to fight through it to, give it your all on Sunday. But if we do get there and we win it, it'll be well worth it. And, we get some rest, the next few days, the next week. And then we see where we are in the NCAA tournament. But I think you go out there and give it your all and not worry about, not leaving it all out on the court.
So what is the realistic level of when fatigue sets in? Obviously, playing these games back to back to back, and I would say excluding the championship game because we're all on the same level by then. But when do you start to really feel your legs maybe going out from under you during a tournament-type situation?
To be honest with you, man, me personally, I kind of play better towards the end of games.
Okay.
If you look at my senior season, there was some crazy stat. I was averaging 13 or 14 points in the last 2 minutes of games, and that was something that I remember Baylor game. I probably had 20 in the last 3 or 4 minutes of that game. There are games out there. I remember Mississippi State. I remember even Kentucky. Those games, when you play for coaches that they basically know how to get their guys in shape, you really don't get fatigue, man. The mental fatigue could be there, but if you're not doing what you're supposed to do off the court, you'll probably be more fatigued than everyone else on the court. So if you're taking care of your body and not eating McDonald's and all that kind of stuff, you'll be fine. And your legs will probably become more alive down the stretch instead of just, coming from up under you.
About a minute and a half left. How important, this kind of is stupid, but I'm interested in your take. How important is coaching when you have such a quick turnaround in terms of game prep, or is it just athletes? Just as you just mentioned, the players taking care of their body. But I'm interested to hear how Dave Odom would do it in terms of the quick turnaround and having you prepared in a tournament situation like this for the next game.
I think the conversation about everything from A to Z is important from a coaching standpoint when you're talking about tournament runs. The being hydrated, the getting your rest. The X's and O's are going to be there. That's pretty much every game. You have to do that. But all of those other conversations about, how you become prepared. Some coaches like to practice too much and, they have to be on the court. You got to, you don't want to do all of that stuff. Like a light talk in the morning, watch some film. You know, you don't want to wake the guys up too early all weekend. Those things I think are more important in regards to coaching than the actual X's and O's, because guys have to be, you got to be energized going into a 4-day run.
Trey, man, we appreciate it. Definitely get you on in the coming weeks as we go through the NCAA tournament, but appreciate you taking time out to join us this morning.
No problem, man. Always, man. Love you guys.
Appreciate it, brother.
Take care.
All right.
Former Gamecock Trey Kelly joining us there. He had his own SEC tournament run, and yeah, that shot he had against Florida to win the championship halfway down, unfortunately, rimmed out. We'll catch up with Elijah Campbell, talk a little more SEC basketball coming up. Hour 3 on the way. It is that time of year, spring. You don't know what to do with your heating and air unit. Maybe in the evening it's a little chillier, so you're turning the heat on. Maybe in the morning you definitely have the heat on. Maybe in the afternoon you got the air conditioner on. You have no clue what exactly you're doing. But with AAA Heating and Air, they're ready to make sure that heating and air unit is working to take care of all those things. And how about this? In 2024, they've got an incredible deal taking place right now. If you've been worried about cost, don't be. AAA Heating and Air has guaranteed financing options. And I tell you what, right now, 12 months, no payments or no interest in 2024. Call AAA Heating and Air. You need to tell them. You heard it here on 107.5 The Game with Bill Gunner, 803-677-1500, and get a free replacement estimate today. Then, if you need a brand new heating and air unit, guess what? 12 months, no payments, no interest. You won't pay a penny until 2025. 803-677-1500. Call AAA Heating and Air today. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you.
And the traffic conditions out there this morning have definitely picked up. Columbiana Drive at Lake Murray Boulevard, an accident there. Also, Old Orangeburg at Platte Springs Road, a tie-up there. And then a little bit farther down Platte Springs at Steel Road, you're going to want to stay left because there is an accident there. So kind of a mess over in that part of town. Pine Ridge Drive at Fish Hatchery Road. I-26 eastbound at exit 97, a slowdown there. I-20 westbound at Broad River Road, that'd be exit 65, an accident as well. So be careful out there today. 77 will be our high, 82 under sunny skies tomorrow, and some thunder coming in maybe on Friday evening, high of 81, spotty showers on Saturday. Right now, it is 47 on the early game.
8 a.m. on a Wednesday morning as we get you up and get you going. Elijah Campbell set to join us in a few minutes. We'll also get into something I did not realize, grinds Preston Thorne's gears later on this morning.
Oh, it doesn't grind my gears. I'm just saying.
No. I want to hold up. I think it does, and I think it does. I think if you got in the car with me, or if you got in the car with your wife, or if you were to get in the car with Jen, or if you were riding with Elijah, and you glanced over and you saw,
I'm definitely glancing. 100%. If I'm getting in the car, I'm glancing. I'm looking. Not even a glance, it's a look.
You're checking out the fuel gauge to see where things stand.
Yes, 100%. It doesn't grind my gears. I just don't understand how people are living this life. That's what I don't. It's just a world I can't live in.
So explain again.
So, our queen, the GOAT, SEC champion, 8 out of 10.
Plenty of money.
2-time NCAA championship. Not hurting for money. Dawn Staley posted a tweet yesterday and said, "Can anyone beat me in this game?" And the game was, she posted that she was fuel level low, 4 miles till empty. And then, even better, on the thing, it says, kind of gives you an option of, do you want to find the nearest fuel stations or do you want to dismiss this alert? What does she have highlighted there?
Dismiss.
Dismiss.
She's like, well, I know what gas stations around here. I don't need.
True.
Yeah.
Unless she was on a recruiting visit, I don't know. She got some free time right now.
Coach, can't live like this.
The other thing about that, my fuel gauge will just tell me, it counts down the miles, but then it'll just say low. And I've gone to low before.
Yeah, when you get to the point where you're not seeing numbers anymore, you need to find a place.
Oh, yeah, I don't even know that exists. I've never been in that land before. This is what I'll say. They say never.
Right.
I will never run out of gas.
Have you ever run out of gas?
I said I will and I won't ever run out of gas.
You never have.
No.
See,
what are you talking about?
My sister played that game. She was coming home from U of I because that's where she went to college, and she got within, I don't know, 7 miles of our house or something into town because we had gas tanks out on the farm. So she just figured, well, I'll fill up for free it was cold and a bunch of snow, and it was snowing, and she gets stuck on the side of the road, and a trooper saw her and helped her out and gave her a ride home. Yeah, it's like you don't need to play those games, especially in that weather. That was just extra stupid.
When was the last time you ran out of gas?
I haven't.
So I'm the only one here.
Apparently, and that's not good for your engine in general.
Ran out of
that
gas a
invites
year
dirt
ago.
and stuff like that.
Passed a gas station too.
Yeah, it's not good
Had
for your
the kids
car
in the car.
to do
That was embarrassing.
I bet.
When the kids
Should've
are in the
been.
car and you run out of gas, like when you do it by yourself, you just kind of. I've done it. I've done it 3 times. I've done it 3 times in my
Ow.
life.
It's not as if it's just like you go from half to empty. It gives you plenty of warning along the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't remember who saved me last year, but if he is still listening, thank you, sir. I forgot his name. He drove by, him and his wife. It was off of Corley Mill Road in Lexington. We'll discuss this a little bit more because I can offer you 2 perspectives that maybe you weren't ready for on this whole situation. 803-404-6100. Let's go out to the Love Chevy phone line. Speaking of having gas, Elijah Campbell, you're traveling to
Hold on, I got to write that one down. Okay, go ahead, Elijah.
oh, having gas. Yeah.
Elijah, we respect your acumen. You've traveled, you cover the team wonderfully, but this is what we don't know about. What's your gas fill-up philosophy, sir?
See, okay, I have lived on the edge once, and that was enough. I think my anxiety of seeing 2 miles still empty and seeing it run out of gas, you never want to play that game again. So once the light comes on, that's when in my head it's like, okay, nearest station, regardless of gas price, gotta fill up, or even if it's putting like $10 in there to get me to another one where it's cheaper. So I mean, I've daily live on the machine once, and that was enough to discourage me from ever doing it again.
It's probably the Unfortunately, that has not gone my direction. I tend to believe that I'm always the tank is always. I am a optimistic person. I believe is what I'm learning this morning. I believe the tank is always half full.
When in reality, it is not. Mm-hmm.
I always see it as half full. So there's two ways to view it.
So the bourbon skews the vision when you're seeing the gauge and it's not empty or it's not full, but in your mind it is.
My life is half full of love. Half full of. Anyway, you get the point. You are up in Nashville. You are now ready for another tournament, and it gets going this evening. And just give me the idea. By the way, I think everybody should go to a conference tournament. It is a unique and fun environment because you bring so many fan bases together, Elijah. What is the environment up there like? Nashville's a fun town to begin with. Now you throw in 14 fan bases that come together and start partying on Broadway. Hopefully you didn't stay out too late last night.
I had a stop in the middle. My mom lives in Cookeville, Tennessee, which is about an hour and a half, I guess, away from Nashville. I had to make a rest stop. The thing about Nashville in the SEC tournament is it's usually there's 12 teams that are adequately represented.
Hey, Elijah, I tell you what, let's call back. Let's see if we can get a better connection. I don't know if your hotel room is, you sounds like you've got a little bit of a connection issue. So let's get you to call back here in just a second and get your take on that because, yeah, Nashville is a fun town, but it sounds like we got a little bit of a connection issue. So if you can call back, step out of your hotel, put clothes on, step out of your hotel room or wherever up in Nashville and get you ready. Let's get him back and get a better connection. 803-404 6100. I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead. We'll hit a break. We'll get Elijah back. We'll get back into the discussion on the SEC basketball tournament. I'll try to explain myself to Preston how I've run out of gas at least 3 times in my life. A couple times in college. Twice is what I would say as an adult. We'll work on that. 803-404-6100. You're listening to the early game. Bill Gunner for Love Chevrolet. You know what? March is upon us, and right now at Love Chevrolet, it's about all in with the new. That's right. And 14 acres of brand new Chevrolets means you can go find exactly what you are looking for, whether it's a Tahoe, a Suburban, maybe a Camaro, or one of these red hot Silverados. You're going to find it at Love Chevrolet because they've got 14 acres from which you can choose from, and they have the absolute best pricing in the business, the $1,000 low price guarantee. It actually means you can shop other dealerships, take their deal back to the folks at Love Chevrolet, and they will top it, or they'll write you a check for $1,000. Hasn't happened yet, won't happen anytime soon, because the folks at Love Chevrolet, well, they've made a promise to you, the consumer, not to sell above MSRP. They want to make sure you are happy and content and getting the best price possible to go along with the largest selection available. Go visit Love Chevrolet, I-26 in Harbison, between Lowe's and Frankie's Fun Park, and together, let's drive.
It's kind of gotten to be a busy morning out there. Columbiana Drive at Lake Murray Boulevard. Also, I-20 westbound at Broad River Road, an accident there. I-20 eastbound after exit 97, an accident there. Pine Ridge Drive at Fish Hatchery Road. And Old Orangeburg Road at Platte Springs Road, an accident. And a little bit farther past that on Platte Springs, as it intersects with Steel Road, there's an accident there where the right lane is blocked. So do be careful if you would this morning, especially in the West Lexington, West Columbia area. We're looking for a high today of 77, 82 tomorrow, maybe some rain, possible storm on Friday night, but Friday during the day, a high of 81. It's 47 right now on the early game.
This is my kind of text in. Travis weighs in on our early game live stream. He says, ran out of gas one time. Wife gave me a lot of heck on it, a lot of grief. A few weeks later, she called me from Academy Sports saying her car wouldn't start. Got there, she was out of gas. Not going to lie, it was kind of satisfying.
Now, that one is kind of like, huh? You just have those ongoing things that are happening throughout a relationship. You're like, that's interesting.
Turnabout, kind of the turnabout is fair play kind of thing.
And you don't even have to say nothing. You just, yep, yes, honey, I'll be right there. But you feel good in your spirit.
Exactly. And honestly, that's probably even worse because she's anticipating you saying something and you're not, and she's just kind of waiting for the bomb to drop. So,
Couple of y'all weighing in. I'll get to a lot of these this morning. Foster weighing in says, as an adult, I always play gas roulette because I live life on the edge. I was explaining, and I'll get to these on air, but I was explaining to Preston off air some of my particular experiences with this. I do, as I say them all out loud, I do realize I really am not an adult like I should be. It's really what I come to the conclusion. Speaking of an adult, let's go back out to the Love Chevy phone lines. Elijah Campbell, live from Nashville. You were kind of talking about Nashville's fun town. Broadway's a good place, and now you put 14 fan bases there. Next year it'll be 16 when we include Texas and Oklahoma. I advocate for going to one of these if you've never been, just because of the way it kind of works and everything. It's a neat event. What was the vibe? What is the vibe like up there?
See, my favorite thing about this event is that, out of the 14 teams that participate, 12 have I would say a relatively even showing between the schools. And then there's Tennessee and Kentucky. Well, I would say there's Tennessee and then there's Kentucky, because for about a week in March every year, fellas, Bridgestone Arena turns into Rupp down south. They take over this event every single year. Broadway is packed in Big Blue Nation shirts and all Kentucky attire. But you're right, though. These are my favorite things to cover are things like conference tournaments. This is my second career SEC tournament. I have done a Conference USA tournament. I have covered an OVC tournament. They are all incredibly unique in terms of what's on the line and the amount of fan bases that are able to make the trips to come to these events. But mostly, though, it's always funny. Every year, if Kentucky gets bounced early, the amount of tickets you see on resale on like Ticketmaster and StubHub, or people standing outside the arena trying to sell their tickets because they don't end up going for the last day or two. So it's I think a lot of the schools are pretty well represented. You have a tier that's in its own, and there's a 1A and 1B, and that 1A is Kentucky and 1B is Tennessee in terms of the showing.
So you said you covered different tournaments. What I'm interested in is what's the vibe difference between an SEC tournament where there are multiple teams that are going to the NCAAs and maybe a Conference USA where maybe only the winner of the tournament might get a bid?
There's significantly less desperation, and I'll say it like this. When I covered my first SEC tournament in 21, there are teams like Tennessee and Florida that were playing. There might be some seeding implications on the line. Tennessee was flirting with like the 5-6 line, kind of in the same position that South Carolina is in this year. LSU was in a similar position. They ended up making a run to the SEC championship game and then ultimately lost to an Alabama team that would become the 2 seed. And while those games were really intense, for Alabama and LSU, that was like their third meeting that year. So that championship game was incredibly intense. It lacks a desperation that a lot of the smaller conferences have. There is a difference in lemon butt energy from, 1 seed Alabama playing against, maybe 8 seed Mississippi State that year, as opposed to 1 seed Middle Tennessee playing 8 seed Southern Miss, knowing well that if they flip up and lose that game, no matter what they've done earlier in the season, they're not going to go to the NCAA tournament. And when they blew a 10-point lead in the last couple minutes of the game and ended up going to overtime, that type of desperation against a team you're 20 points better than is significantly different. And a conference championship game is even more intense just because it's not just, the trophy that you're getting to hoist up at the end. It's getting to play on the sport's grandest stage. So I would say some of the more intense games I got to attend in my life have been those smaller conference championship games. But it's different. The SEC tournament is a whole lot of fun every year. And I love seeing these neutral floor matchups and being able to see some certain teams play for the third time and seeing that familiarity that oftentimes causes for really good games, i.e. Tennessee and South Carolina in the women's tournament in Greenville, them playing 3 times in 23 days. I think it was kind of the first formations of a classic game. But they're different, just lacking a little desperation, but both high-quality basketball on its own.
You bring up a good point about the smaller tournaments, the smaller conferences. I mean, perfect example is last night, College of Charleston. If they don't win that game, they don't go to the NCAA tournament. They are eliminated. If they Stony Brook would have gotten the bid. And so with that being said, you're exactly right. College of Charleston had an incredible season. They've had an incredible season. It will continue. Yeah. But if they'd have not won last night, I hate to say it like this, but you kind of would have said, man, it's all for nothing. Like everything they'd have accomplished, 24, I think they were 24-7, it would have meant nothing. So you're exactly right about smaller conference tournaments.
Elijah, I'm gonna deputize you here, and if you get an opportunity, I would love for you to ask, hopefully coming off of a victory, but to ask Coach Paris or to ask Lamont about this difference, because that's the world that he comes from. And obviously, if my memory serves me correctly, that they won. When they went to the NCAA tournament at Chattanooga, they sort of advanced in dramatic fashion. Am I remembering that correctly?
Oh, you absolutely are. And, Preston, I think if I'm having to rank the best small conference championship games, that might be up there with it between them and Furman back about 2 years ago, because those were the 2 best teams in their league. I'm very convinced that, if that Furman team went to the tournament that year, they would have beaten somebody or did what Chattanooga did and, lose to a team like Illinois by 1 point. Like that, both those teams were that high quality. It was back and forth, and David Jean-Baptiste hit a fall-away 30-footer at the buzzer right after Furman's Mike Bothwell got to the line for a couple free throws. And it was arguably the most dramatic basketball game. One of the most dramatic basketball games I've ever seen. I don't want to get too hyperbolic, Bill Walton style here, but it definitely was one of those games that you never forget. And that David Jean-Baptiste shot has been replayed on championship week promos, and it's one, if you go find a YouTube video that's like, best March Madness moments, that's going to be up there because that shot was for an NCAA tournament berth and to validate Tennessee Chattanooga season that year because they won the regular season, and that was a really strong SoCon. SoCon's a good league every year, guys. I think that's one thing that gets often overlooked is the SoCon is constantly one of the best small conferences every year. And like this year, they had their 7 seed run to the championship game in East Tennessee, and they almost won 20 games of the year. East Tennessee did. But that was just one of those games, too, where if that shot never goes in, Tennessee, Chattanooga, that incredible 20-plus win season they had is basically for nothing. They would have gotten to participate in the NIT, but it's not the same. A lot wouldn't have had the same, stage to give Illinois everything they could possibly handle and probably should have beaten Illinois in that tournament game. And maybe without that, he doesn't get the attention of Ray Tanner in South Carolina. So there's a lot riding on that 130-foot fall-away shot from David Jean-Baptiste that has helped change the course of South Carolina basketball history.
You're right. If he doesn't make that shot, I would bet I'm being dead serious. Bob Ritchie's the coach of South Carolina.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I would go as far as to say if Furman gets into that tournament and wins that game, or wins a game, definitely wins the game, South Carolina is being coached by Bob Ritchie as opposed to Lamont Paris. You're exactly right about how big that shot was. And who knows, whatever happens with Lamont Paris moving forward, whether it's at the University of South Carolina or wherever, that shot, you could look at it, altered a lot of history for South Carolina. Starting this evening, though, SEC tournament. Storyline tonight, speaking of that coaching search, last year, Missouri, fantastic. Dennis Gates, everybody around here was going, man, I wish we'd have hired Dennis Gates. Man, look at what he's doing in Missouri. Missouri is 0-18 for those wondering in conference. This is a team, again, last year that got to the second round of the NCAA tournament. Lost to Princeton in a Saturday game. Beat Utah State. Lost to Princeton last year, and they are 0-18. And they get Georgia tonight. It'll be the second game. Elijah, I don't know what to make of Missouri. I don't know what to make of Dennis Gates. This is crazy.
Oh, I understand taking a step back from last year because they absolutely overachieved. And losing Demoy Hodge is no small loss because Demoy Hodge is a guy that played at Cleveland State with Dennis Gates for a while, was the lockdown defender, and was the anchor of that team. But they still brought back a lot of players. I mean, Noah Carter was a key player on that team last year. Sean East, who's their best player this year, was a key player on that team last season. Tamar Bates was a solid recruit for Dennis Gates and them, and he's a solid player. I mean, the last winless team we've had in this conference was the team that got Bryce Drew fired from Vanderbilt, and that was a team that, quite frankly, outside the Darius Garland injury, which put him out for the season, and a couple other highly touted prospects just not panning out, I felt like that Vanderbilt team quit, with like 3 or 4 games left in the SEC season. And this year's Missouri team, I'm not going to, put the Q word on them yet, but they have just been incredibly non-competitive against teams they should absolutely be competitive against. I feel like there were a couple losses that they had that broke their soul a little bit. I think the loss against South Carolina at home, where they were in control for most of the game, broke their soul a little bit. Even the one here in Columbia broke their soul a little bit. Even losing to a team like Vanderbilt, where it's like, oh, well, that's probably our best chance to get a conference win, can kind of break your soul a little bit. Like it's a very head-scratching thing. Because I think Dennis Gates is still a really good coach. I don't think they should move on from Dennis Gates by any means. And I think the seat will warm a little bit. Obviously, a winless conference slate should do that. But this is the more surprising winless SEC season, I would say, compared to that 2017-18 Vanderbilt team. And God bless anybody on the East Coast who is staying up to watch Georgia, Missouri tonight. I salute you because you are a true sicko of the sport if you are willing to watch it. So, shout out to you. Don't let the kids watch it. Put them to bed. They don't need to see any of that mess. But it's that one's going to be probably the more interesting nightcap of conference basketball play here in any league you'll find this year.
Prior to that, 7 o'clock tonight, SEC tournament will get going, and it's Vanderbilt and Arkansas, and, of course, the winner tomorrow in the early game, 3:30-ish game, 4 o'clock, gets South Carolina. Your take on tonight's Vanderbilt-Arkansas game?
Yeah, tonight, Arkansas, as much as they have disappointed this year, has at least played their better basketball here in the last few weeks. I know that's still not saying much. I know they pushed Alabama to overtime. Part of me still thinks that's more indicative of Alabama's lack of defensive willingness. I think Alabama's one of those teams that could be decent defensively if they really wanted to. But Arkansas, they've won some games. I mean, they won the Missouri game by double digits. They beat an all right Texas A&M team on the road. I thought the win against LSU at home by double digits was probably one of their more impressive wins. So they're playing better basketball as the season goes on. Kalis Battle has kind of established himself as more of a lead scorer on this team. He's had 20-plus points in every game since February 20th. So, I mean, they finally have a go-to scorer, but this is a team still kind of marred in, don't want to say controversy, more turmoil with the Devo Davis thing. He's playing now, but he wasn't for a little bit, and they've had some injuries. And Trayvon Brazil just has kind of underachieved as a guy who had such a good non-con slate last year before tearing his ACL. I expect them to beat Vanderbilt. I have a really good feeling it will be South Carolina, Arkansas tomorrow at 3:30. But this Arkansas team, they kind of play on their own terms and whenever they want to. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them lose either. But either way, I think South Carolina's got a really good matchup with this Arkansas team. And if you want to see what the Razorback team has been this year, look no further than playing pretty well for the most part in the Alabama game, having a chance to win it in the last 10 seconds, and Devo Davis pounding the air out of the basketball and not getting past the three-point line with a chance to win with the game tied. I think that last possession, combined with how well they played at times in that Alabama game, is the perfect microcosm of what this Razorbacks team is where you can see the talent, you can see the roster construction, see what Musselman's vision was, but there has been absolutely zero application to that this season, and that's why a team with that much talent has 15, 16 losses this year. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how invested they are, but if they're invested, they follow a game plan, they should still beat this Vanderbilt team by about 10 points.
Yeah, there are actually some rumors, too, about the future of Eric Musselman, so something to follow after tonight, especially if they lose. We'll do that. Elijah, we'll catch up with you tomorrow. We'll preview the South Carolina game. Safe travels or safe there in Nashville tonight. Don't get stuck in Jason Aldean's bar with the Italian mobsters that ran into the Vanderbilt football player. Be careful up there. You never know who's lurking around the corner.
That's right. There's those dangers and not drinking enough water. So that's my biggest tip. Drink a lot of water when you're here in Nashville for the Gamecocks who made it, and stay out of Jason Aldean's bar.
There you go. Good.
And get gas.
Yes, make sure your vehicle is gassed up. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you guys.
Take care.
Appreciate it.
Elijah Campbell, live on the scene up there at Nashville. Appreciate that. 803-404-6100. We'll come back. A little baseball from last night, as well as more on this discussion as to gas in your car. It's the early game. Bill Gunner for Old Timey Meat Market. You heard conference tournaments, big other tournaments. They're all starting. A lot of basketball. You know what? With it being spring, maybe you want to grill out a little bit. You can survive the pollen, trust me. It all starts, though, with a trip to Old Timey Meat Market. That's right. Whether it's a great cut of steak, maybe those chicken skewers, the Italian chicken skewers, maybe you want to do some pork chops. Those would be delicious. Or maybe you want to just smoke some salmon. Whatever it is, Old Timey Meat Market has got you taken care of. Go visit one of their 3 locations. The Lexington store, trust me, you'll probably run into me there. The St. Andrews store in Irma or the South Congaree store. Old Timey Meat Market has the absolute best prices anywhere and the absolute best cuts of meat. Again, whether it's steak, whether it's chicken, whether it's pork, whether it's just something as simple as salmon, Old Timey Meat Market has you covered. 3 stores again to choose from: South Congaree, St. Andrews Road in Irma, or the Lexington store. Stop by Old Timey Meat Market. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you.
Lots of accidents out there to make you aware of. Broad River Road near Piney Grove Road. Also, Pine Ridge Drive at Fish Hatchery getting cleaned up. Old Orangeburg Road at Platte Springs Road. Kennerly at Hollingshed. I-26 eastbound after exit 97. I-20 westbound at Broad River Road. Columbiana Drive at Lake Murray Boulevard, an accident there. And Bar Road at Two Notch Road. So do be careful out there this morning, if you would, please. And we're looking for a high today of 77, 82 tomorrow, 81 on Friday. Maybe some afternoon or evening showers or storms possible. But right now, it's 48 on the early game.
Again, big thank you to Elijah Campbell, who is up there live in Nashville at the SEC Men's Tournament. He'll be joining us each and every morning. Thank you to Cool Care Heating and Air, Plumbing and Refrigeration for sponsoring his trip, getting him up there safely without running out of gas. So good job, Elijah, to that. And again, he will join us tomorrow morning, as tomorrow we will get you set for South Carolina and Georgia State. But again, thank you to Elijah Campbell. Thank you to Cool Care Heating and Air, Plumbing and Refrigeration for getting him up there and sponsoring that. 803-404-6100. Last night, South Carolina picks up the win. Do what they have to do, Preston. 4-3 over Georgia State. Game was in North Augusta. I actually went to it, stopped at a place. That's a great, that ballpark, SRP Park, is really cool. They have an incredible chop house, Brinkley's Chop House right there. I went last night and had dinner prior to the game. Phenomenal experience. Got to meet the owners there, Terry and Kim Brinkley in North Augusta. If you ever get a chance to go to that ballpark, if South Carolina has a game down there, or you want to go to a Green Jackets game, I highly encourage you to go to SRP Park. Segra Park's beautiful here. SRP Park is beautiful down there. And again, Brinkley's Chop House, absolutely phenomenal last night, eating there before the game. South Carolina picks up the win. That's what they had to do. You and I have kind of talked about it. They're here. Here we are. Conference play, 14-3 overall, ranked 20th in D1 baseball. Preston, they get Mississippi this weekend. I guess this is. Do we know anything about this team, or are we all still trying to figure out who they are?
I think we're still trying to figure out who they are. I mean, there was a couple of questions, concerns that were had in the early part of the season, but we do know a couple of things. You know, Kip. We talked to Kip last week, and we talked about some of the things he saw. He was very encouraged that the pitchers are throwing strikes, so they're not having a lot of issues with not throwing strikes. He was very encouraged that. I think the discouraging thing, or maybe a yellow, not red flag quite, but is the amount of runners left on base. That's something that needs to be addressed, something that will probably come into play as you move into SEC play. But overall, I think the team is on path to where they thought they would be.
Yeah, 14-3. Again, they will head to Mississippi this coming weekend and open up that series. Be back home for the Vanderbilt series coming up on next weekend on Friday. And as a matter of fact, we have some tickets. Let's give you some tickets here. Callers 3 and 4, 803-404-6100. Tickets to Game 3. Game 3 on Sunday, March 24th. First pitch set from 1:30. We'll take callers 3 and 4. Right now, we'll win a pair of tickets to Game 3. So it'll be the Sunday series where you can win tickets, the Sunday game of next weekend series. Callers 3 and 4, 803-404-6100. How you can win yourself a pair of tickets to South Carolina and Vanderbilt. Not this weekend, but next weekend, and we'll give you some tickets. That will also give away some tickets coming up to St. Patrick's Day and 5 Points coming up this weekend in the following segment. 803-404-6100. Gamecocks win last night, 4-3. Do what they need to do, move forward, in the season, get to 14-3 again. Mississippi. We'll talk more about that on Friday as we count down toward the start of SEC play. You've heard me tell you off air all morning about my situations with gas. With it's a delicate conversation when you say it like that. Gas in cars. Ron in Lake Marion hit us up and also made me realize it's not just gas in the car. Ron said never in a car. He's run out of gas in a boat. Totally different experience.
Yeah, couldn't get worse. How can a bad experience get worse? Not only am I stranded on the street, now strand me in the middle of a lake. Get out of here. And I can swim. I can do it all. I don't want to be stranded in the middle of a lake. What are we talking about, man? That is how a bad movie starts. That is the beginning of a horror movie. No, absolutely not.
No, stranded in a boat, at least you're kind of floating. Normally, if you're in a boat, it's warmer weather. You're happier. The gas in the car, which I've realized I do a little bit too frequently. I play this game that you said Dawn Staley was playing yesterday.
Yeah, Dawn Staley tweeted out yesterday, and it was, again, this is our king, this is our queen, the GOAT. But Coach Staley, I personally, I need you to do this. She said, I bet nobody can beat me at this game. And she posted a picture of her car dashboard, and it said 4 miles till empty. Also, she was ignoring the notification. So I don't know how far she was going or where she was coming from, but she was not at the gas station.
I'm assuming the fact that she's taking the picture, she knows a gas station is very nearby.
Maybe.
That she's also using, an app or something to understand that a gas station is very close by. And the fact that we have not seen anything on social media from anybody saying that they helped the South Carolina women's basketball coach, they saved her.
Yeah, of course. That would be everywhere. Of course. Somebody would have definitely posted that for sure.
So, 803-404-6100. Texter weighs in and says, in college, I had a car with a bad slosh filter in the fuel pump. The gauge would go from 3/4 full to empty depending on how quickly I stopped and accelerated. I learned not to trust the gadgets and subsequently ran out of gas at least a dozen times.
Yeah, you can't, but see, here's my thing. If you know not to trust it, then you got to know that it's going to go bad, and that's why you got to keep the gas in the vehicle. You know not to trust it. Don't trust this thing. I don't trust them anyway.
And again, it's hard on your engine if you run out of gas.
The engine will be fine.
I really appreciate the technical aspect of that. However, it's just my heart that can't.
I totally understand. I'm just trying to give another thing. If the emotional appeal is not working, let's go to a more of a mechanical aspect.
Maybe
it's not
work.
good.
Yes, maybe that'll work for you.
I'm not trying to say this, but if you're out of gas, I don't think you're very worried about the engine at that point. And if you're running out of gas, I don't think you're very worried about your engine overall.
No, well, and I would agree with that. And that's what I'm saying. It's just in your mindset. If you're like, hey, I'm running low, I'm going to play the game, maybe you'll think, ooh, this could end up really being a problem if. Just saying.
Yeah. This is why I am not a.
So we get.
Are we getting gas gauges?
We got a gas gauge. There's 156 miles. That's from the co-pilot. So when do you refuel? When do you refuel, Preston Thorne? When do you decide? Oh, this is it.
If I'm living my best life, if I am on top of things, we're not going below like 3/4. Trying to stay, or like a quarter tank. I mean, not 3/4, but a quarter tank. I'm not trying to go below a quarter tank.
Yeah.
If I'm living my best life, but I'm telling you, as soon as that light comes on. Immediately.
A lot of you weighing in. Justin says running your vehicle at a quarter of a tank or under. A lot is a very quick trip to the mechanic for $1,200 fuel pump if one is not careful.
There you go.
I beg to differ on that. I beg to differ on that. I've done that pretty much my entire life. Like for some odd reason, stopping at a gas station annoys me. Except in this instance tonight. Mega Millions, $792 million. I will stop and get gas today and pick up a lottery ticket.
Yeah, I think you're one just in general where it's like, I know it's bad, but I'm going to keep doing it until it's catastrophic. I know it could hurt me. I know it's going to be an issue, but until something catastrophic happens, I'm just going to kind of keep rolling with it.
Motto of the early game. We wrap up the Wednesday show next. Speaking of not worrying about things, one thing you should worry about is your roof. We got rain coming up in the future here, and if you are not focused on leak detection, well, what are you doing with your life? It's time to call Mid-State Roofing, the leader in the roofing industry for nearly 30 years. Larry Leitner and his family, they've done a phenomenal job, and it's time to get in touch with them and get some roof maintenance. Get a contract lined up today, and with a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week call center, Mid-State Roofing is ready to help you. So make that phone call right now. Don't wait another minute. Don't think you can just get by on whatever's going on. Get someone out there to do a little leak detection and then get some leak prevention. 803-356-1919. You can visit them online for more information, midstateroofing.com, or again, that phone number, 803-356-1919. Call Mid-State Roofing today. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you.
Preston Thorne here with a public service announcement. You're not going to wake up early in the morning. I know you told yourself last night that you just get up early and get gas in the morning. You're not going to do it. So from me to you, just get gas when you're supposed to get it, because that next morning is coming faster than you think. The kids are not going to want to get dressed. Something's going to go wrong, and you're going to get in your car, and you're going to be with 10 miles left to go when you got to go on a 15-mile trip. So get the gas the night before, because you're not going to do it in the morning. That's my PSA.
I love it. And again, I've been reminded with incidences that have happened. My son, he was about 9, fell off the couch, broke his wrist, had to go fly into the emergency room. Well, again, that would have stunk if it's like, I'm sorry, sweetie, you're going to have to wait about 5 minutes so I can fill up the car. And then, yeah. So you need to kind of take that into account. And again, I used to kind of play the game a little bit, but I don't anymore because, again, my husband's kind of brought me around like, that's just not smart. And it makes sense.
Yeah. And I also want to be clear, I am not neurotic in no other area of my life. This is my only spot where I'm very much type A neuroticism.
You were slightly triggered yesterday by Dawn Staley.
Yes. I was like, Coach, what are we doing?
And she could actually pay somebody to go get her some gas.
Yes.
Pay somebody to drive her around.
No, but see, This is what it is. And I've seen the responses, and my wife says this on. Y'all love this. It's like some sort of sick
It's an
game.
adventure.
It's an adventure. I don't need that adventure. But all the responses I see, it makes me feel alive. It's a little bit game that I play. That's why they do it. It's something that people get out. I don't get it.
Does anybody just have a favorite gas station? Like I say favorite, but like a comfy gas station they go to? Because I will admit, that's another thing is like we'll leave downtown sometimes in the morning, and I'm like, I'm not stopping down here.
Yeah, you might want to stretch it to your favorite gas station. I get all of that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is
and your price, a lot of times you're price checking.
Yeah, put it as part of the route. Just put it as part of the route, man.
But you know what? There's the Gas Buddy app that you can use and find everything that's nearby.
We also debated the far bigger concern of the electric car.
Yeah.
My buddy Brian texted and I don't the electric cars do terrify me.
That's a non-starter for me.
Preston off air had a rant on the electric cars.
Non-starter. Appreciate you. Save the environment. All of it. That's what's up. Can't do it.
803-404-6100, how you can weigh in. Speaking of being stressed out over gas, all right, well, you might be stressed out over your taxes. It is tax season, and right now, some of you, if you've received those dreaded notices of intent to levy from the IRS, well, don't worry about it. Don't get stressed out. Worry about something else, like how much gas you have in your car. Call the Ecton Law Firm today and get a free consultation if you've already received one of these notices. 803-771-9800. They have a local team dedicated to resolving your income or business tax issues for good. That's right, for good. So call for your free consultation to the Ecton Law Firm. 803-771-9800. They understand the challenges that you're facing. That's why they have a team ready to help you and offer you peace of mind. So call the Ecton Law Firm today, 803-771-9800. They can help you navigate the maze that is the IRS, and you can take the first steps towards a worry-free life. Again, 803-771-9800, or visit them on the web, EctonLawFirm.com. That's ECTON, lawfirm.com. Call the Ecton Law Firm today. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you.
Hey, one thing I need to bring up that we haven't done yet, we talked a little bit about the St. Pat's Festival and how you're going to be out there. We actually do have a pair of general admission tickets to go to that. So I would love to give those away right now before we wrap up the show. 803-404-6100, a pair of tickets to the St. Patrick's Festival on Saturday in 5 Points. So you do have to be able to pick up the tickets between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. at our offices sometime before Friday. So that's the other caveat on this, that you do have to be able to pick them up. You actually have to come here. You have to put gas in your car and come here and get the tickets. So anyway, caller number 7 right now, 803-404-6100. We'll get that all wrapped up.
Yeah, I'll actually be out there from 9 to 11 a.m.
But go anyway.
Even if I'm there?
Even if you're there.
Yeah, you don't have to come and see me.
It's a big enough festival. You don't have to see
You don't have to come and see me. But yeah, 803-404-6100. We'll take caller 7 right now for a pair of tickets to St. Patrick's Day Festival in 5 Points. A lot of fun. You've only been once, is what you said.
Yeah, I only went one time. It was enough for me.
Oh, it's a blast.
It was a lot. It was awesome. It was awesome, for sure.
It raises the question of when are you start to question, when are you too old
that was exactly
when are you too old to partake in the festivities that is the
that's what I'm saying. They need to have it, and I know it's just one strip, but the way they do Mardi Gras is like, there's the people that are really into it, and then there's the senior division. And you just move over to the more gentler, kindler side.
That's the earlier hours.
Oh, okay, yeah. So maybe I could go for the senior division.
We're out. We will see you tomorrow morning. Talk some basketball. Y'all have a great day.
Appreciate it.
Real quick peek of your traffic before we wrap up here. Do have an accident at Bar Road and Two Notch Road. Another accident, I-26 eastbound Broad River Road. That is going to be at exit number 97. Additional accident at Kennerly Road and Hollingshed Road. And then one more at Broad River Road and Piney Grove Road. And that's your traffic for your drive in on this Wednesday morning here on The Game. Nine o'clock on your Wednesday morning. Welcome in. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you here on The Game. Guys that garnered the most attention yesterday, rightfully so, being the guys that are expected to be the two highest draft picks for South Carolina this upcoming year, were obviously Spencer Rattler and Xavier Legette, with Legette projected to be somewhere around the end of the first round and Rattler projected to be either second or third round, just kind of depending on, what teams are looking for around that time and what teams, have him on their respective draft boards. And those are two guys that both performed pretty well at the Combine a couple of weeks back and didn't necessarily need to do anything at Pro Day or didn't have to go on a Pro Day to prove a whole lot. I'll say that much because, again, their numbers respectively at, the Combine were pretty good overall. And by all indications, even going into yesterday, their spots in the draft are pretty much, I don't want to say locked in because you can never know for sure, but thought to be around the same area, again, as we thought, going into yesterday. Again, late first round for potentially second round pick for Legette and somewhere around late second round, early third round for, Spencer Rattler. And by all indications of what we were able to see yesterday and what we heard coming away from it, both those guys performed pretty well in their respective workouts and drills. Now, they didn't both do everything that they necessarily need to because, again, they both did a little bit of stuff, or they both did a fair amount of stuff at the at the Combine as well. We got to see a little bit of the throwing stuff going on yesterday with Spencer Rattler. Again, there was a lot happening at the indoor facility. They had guys running the 40. They're doing long jump and stuff. That was kind of on the other side. But when Spencer Rattler was throwing to his receivers, that is something we actually had a pretty good view of because they were on our side of the field. And I'll say this, the throws that I was able to see, I mean, they were on the money. I think I saw one overthrow maybe of, I think it was Eddie Lewis. It was just past his fingertips. But other than that, I would say everything looked pretty good and, pretty on point for what, what Spencer Rattler was able to do. After doing his throwing session, met with the media for a couple of minutes and, was asked the simple question of what is an NFL team going to get if they draft Spencer Rattler?
An elite guy, a guy that's, very knowledgeable within football, been in 3 different offenses, 2 different conferences, proven player, very accurate passer, fast learner, quick processor, guy that can create and extend and make others around him better, and mainly getting a leader, a guy that's, on time, shows his work ethic and puts it in every day. And, that's what they're getting.
So again, Rattler, I don't think he did anything to hurt himself yesterday, which at the end of the day is, the good thing to take away from it. And there were representatives from, I believe, all 32 NFL teams there. From what we heard, I certainly saw, different jackets and polos and stuff from various teams, around the league. So a lot of eyes on not only Rattler and Leggett, but these other guys as well. And I'll get to that in just a moment. I do want to take note of what Peter Burns from ESPN, the SEC Network, said, and he was in attendance yesterday, did a spot with Coach Beamer for the SEC Network towards the end of Pro Day. He tweeted out, as good as Rattler looked at the NFL Combine, he looked even better at Pro Day. Everything was tight, ball zipped out of his hand, and had control of the day. Kid is a leader, and someone is going to get a damn good quarterback. Also, holy hell, Xavier Leggett is a beast, stood out today. So high praise from somebody that obviously is within the high end of the industry there at ESPN, that goes to a lot of pro days and sees a lot of these different guys working out. So good to hear that from Peter Burns in reference to what he saw. And the Leggett part of the throwing and catching session that we saw looked great as well. And he ran a good 40 time at the NFL Combine, and seemed to put up a good showing at the catching or the receiving part of yesterday as well, in front of all those scouts of the respective NFL teams. So again, all indications that everything went pretty well for both those guys, who again garnered the primary focus of the day, but in bringing in representatives again from all 32 NFL teams, it allows other guys out there at Pro Day to garner even more attention. And Coach Beamer was on the halftime show, the post-game show yesterday with Jay and Elijah, and he talks a little bit about how having eyes on somebody like Spencer Rattler and Xavier Leggett as well can also bring attention to some of their teammates that are working out yesterday too.
No, there's no question. Regardless of the level you're on, high school, college, NFL, if you don't have a quarterback, it's going to be really, really hard. And Spencer is a proven quarterback. It's going to play on Sundays. And you're exactly right. There was probably a little bit more national media attention, whether it be ESPN or SEC Network or whoever, on our pro day today. That was primarily, obviously, because Leggett had a lot to do with it. Marcellus Dial has, helped himself, but primarily because of the quarterback and Spencer. So it's great from a recruiting standpoint to be able to showcase your program for guys that are, all eyes of the country or on Columbia Day in a lot of ways if you follow pro football because of our pro day. But even going back to when Spencer was the MVP of the Senior Bowl or the Combine last week, you saw a lot of guys that came to South Carolina and bettered themselves. I mentioned a couple of them a minute ago, but, Trey Knox was at the NFL Combine, spent one season with us, and got an opportunity to go up there. And I already mentioned Nick Gargiulo and then what Spencer and Xavier have done. So really happy for those guys. And certainly when you do have a quarterback, it gives your team a chance to be successful. But then, too, there's going to be more eyes on you outside of your program also.
And in being out there yesterday, we saw a couple of guys that were able to take advantage of that, guys that weren't on anybody's draft boards and weren't really thought of, much of anything as far as, getting into any of the first or any of the 7 rounds of the draft. And one of those being Amirian Brown, somebody that we've seen flashes in his time here at South Carolina. Obviously dealt with some injuries this past season, which certainly didn't help. But there were those moments where you kind of see that speediness, see that elusiveness, see that ability to do a lot of different things on it from an offensive standpoint that, could be valuable to an NFL team. And he went out there and ran a 4.31 which he even admitted was not as fast as he wanted to run. But and he's obviously a smaller guy at 5'8". And while that is not the most ideal size, there are certain teams out there that look at those smaller guys and kind of use them in very unique ways. And I'm not saying this is going to mean that Amirian Brown's going to suddenly be like a 5th-round draft pick or something like that, but it could open the eyes of some of these teams to look at him and say, hey, if we have the opportunity to get him as maybe an undrafted free agent after we pull in our draft class, why not? We'll at least give the guy a chance in camp or something like that and see what we can do with him. So it opens doors, for a guy like that. And you also have Dante Miller, running back, who's been completely forgotten about. A guy that transferred in from Columbia College or University of Columbia a couple years ago and had a handful of carries in his first year at South Carolina. back in 2022, ran into some eligibility issues this past year where the NCAA did not allow him to play. And he went out there and set the fastest 40 time of anybody at South Carolina's Pro Day with a 4.27. Also went out there and benched 225, a total of 28 times. From what we heard, we were not able to see to the see the weight room part of that, but great numbers. Had a 37 and a half vertical as well, which he's a running back a little bit on the shorter side. So that's a really good number. And seeing him in person for the first time, I can attest, dude's a unit. I mean, he is one gigantic muscle of a human being. And, similar to a Marion Brown, does this mean he's going to go out there and get drafted or something? No. But having that opportunity to show out in front of scouts and representatives from seemingly all 32 NFL teams could maybe earn him that opportunity to at least get a camp invite and come in there and see if he can make an NFL roster. And again, the good thing about today's world of football in America, and I know we talk a lot about the UFL and how it doesn't stack up to the NFL or anything like that. It at least provides an outlet where if you have a guy like Amarian Brown, a guy like Dante Miller, who might get that shot in a camp with their respective NFL team and say they don't make the roster, well, guess what? They can go play in the UFL or something like that and still continue to have a pro football career to some degree. And obviously playing in the UFL or something like that, even going to Canada. We talked to Jabari Ellis, former Gamecock defensive lineman, yesterday, and he spent the past couple of years in Canada, now hoping for a second shot in the NFL. So even if you don't get the opportunity in the NFL, there are other avenues of professional football that you can go to. And again, having the opportunity to show out in a pro day like yesterday, when most of the attention's obviously going to be on guys like Rattler and Eliette, but it at least gets you the opportunity to perform in front of a lot of different NFL scouts. Who knows where that can lead. Another guy, Takarion Joyner, who again has been praised for everything that he's done here in his time at South Carolina as a versatile piece of the offense, played seemingly every position and done well at just about all of them. Obviously, running back didn't end up working out the way he wanted to this past season, but he's a guy that's a hard worker and has a lot of grit, and that resonates with a lot of NFL teams. And yesterday went out there doing his respective drills, ended up tweaking his hamstring, which is something that we learned he's apparently been dealing with a lot this offseason. And he still went out there and fought through it and finished up what he could. And from the indications, a lot of NFL teams or some of the NFL teams that he talked to were impressed by that and, kind of showed that resiliency that we know that Takarion Joyner has. And again, what that can mean for him at the next level, we don't know. But that at least, gives him a positive, potentially positive impact on those respective NFL teams that are maybe looking at him to potentially add to their roster once the draft is either still going on, maybe a late round pick, or as a again a drafted free agent or something to that degree. But again, great experience yesterday out at the pro day at the indoor facility, and look forward to potentially doing that again next year. And very excited to see where all these guys go in the draft coming up here in just a couple of months' time. Coach Beamer yesterday on with Jay and Elijah obviously focused a lot on what happened with Pro Day, but as we get set to turn our calendar over to spring practice here coming up next week, talked about a topic that I feel like comes up every spring, but is getting more and more steam as the years go by. We'll dive into that coming up. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you on this Tuesday morning here on the Tuesday. It's Wednesday. On this Wednesday morning here on The Game. Welcome back in. It's the Extra Point Tyler Head along with you on this Wednesday afternoon. Or look at me messing up again. It's Wednesday morning. So sorry. So much going on. So much to keep up with. Do want to remind you, coming up on April the 5th, Charwood Golf Club. It is the 107.5 Game annual golf tournament. 10 a.m. shotgun start, $400 if you want to join us as a part of a four-person group. All participants have a chance to win a pair of tickets to each Gamecock baseball home game for the remainder of the season. Again, it's the 107.5 Game annual golf tournament on April 5th. Call Charwood Golf Club at 803-755-2000 if you want to register for that. April 5th, that'll be getting towards the end of spring practice, which does start next week for the Gamecock football team, which as always culminates with the spring game, which this year will be coming up on April the 20th. We found out earlier on this week when ESPN released their schedule of all the spring games that it will once again be a night game at 7 o'clock on the ESPN Plus as well as the SEC Network. Anytime the spring game rolls around, the debate of what could be done with the spring game to make it a little more interesting always ends up coming up. And looking ahead, we are 171 days away from the start of college football on August 31st, week 1. South Carolina plays Old Dominion. That is a group of 5 team, one that South Carolina should be able to handle without much of an issue. One of the games where you put in a lot of your backups, hopefully in the second half, and cruise to something along the lines like a 48-17 victory. Feel good about yourself before you lock it in for week number 2 against Kentucky. 11 of the 16 SEC teams are taking on non-Power 4 opponents in week number 1 of this season. 15 of the 16 schools in the SEC are playing 2 or more non-Power 4 opponents this season. Florida being the only exception. They have a lone game against Samford in week number 2. Other than that, all the 11 other games are against Power 4 opponents for the Gators. Everybody else is playing at minimum of 2. Some teams playing 3. Now, in the SEC, you do have the built-in rule of having to play at least one non-conference, now Power 4 opponent, which for teams like Georgia and South Carolina, you already have that with your built-in rival from the ACC, Florida as well, every single year, Kentucky and Louisville too. But it always comes up this time of year of, could you move one of those group of 5 or FCS games out of the fall and move it to the springtime, where you're still accomplishing the same thing of playing those teams, still getting the opportunity to see a lot of different guys play, but you're also allowing the door of an opportunity to open to play better competition in the fall. Coach Beamer weighed in on the potential of moving this or making the spring game a legitimate game as opposed to just an inter-squad scrimmage.
Say less. Jay knows how I feel on that one. I think it'd be fantastic. I think it would be great for our fans. I think it would be great for fans of other schools. Spring practice, there's 15 practices, and it can get a little long. You're not getting ready for a game, and you practice 15 times. It's great being out there on the field, but it can get a little long, but that would be a great way to finish it and kind of give you an idea of where you are as a team, too, because I've said it before, we're the only sport at any level that does not play any kind of preseason scrimmage, preseason game, exhibition game, whatever you want to call it, before you play for real. NFL has preseason games. High schools have scrimmages. College basketball, they get exhibition games and secret scrimmages and whatnot. So, I wish I wish that we could do something as well. I guess baseball gets something. I may be a liar, guy.
No, baseball does. Baseball can if they choose. If they choose, they can.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, gotcha. So I didn't want to be false, say something false. But I just think to give you an idea of kind of where you are as a team and let our players compete against another team and whoever that is, whether it's an FCS school, group of 5 school, a team regionally that you don't typically play. I think it'd be great. And I hear some of the pushback that, nowadays with the portal, you'd be trying to recruit other people's team players and all that as well. I mean, I hear that, but it is what it is. But I'd be in favor of it. What if you charge money to it, give money to charity? I don't know. I think there's a lot of positives that could come out of it. And I would certainly be in favor, but unfortunately, I don't hear a lot of people banging the drum for that across college football.
It makes all the sense in the world to me, because at the end of the day, you're still accomplishing the same things that you're attempting to accomplish by playing that team. Let's just say it's Furman or Wofford or something. Wofford is going to be on South Carolina's schedule this year. You're accomplishing the same things playing that team in the spring as opposed to the fall. People always bring up the point of saying, well, those programs, they need the funds of the big check of, 6-7 figures that these big schools are able to cut to them. You can still do that in a spring game. There's nothing to say that wouldn't, happen. It also gives you the opportunity to have live reps against another team. While, yes, the quality of the opponent is not what you're going to face in the SEC, but still it's another team, because throughout all of spring practice, you have mini scrimmages and you have all these drills and stuff going against each other, on a week in, week out basis. And Coach Beamer brings up the point there that there's you're building towards the spring game, but there's not as much anticipation internally, because again, it's just more scrimmaging against your own teammates. When you actually have another opponent, somebody that you can watch film on, somebody that you can prepare for in certain ways and look out for this player and look out for that player, it creates more of that legitimate game environment. And yeah, you can throw in all the rules and saying, all right, well, quarterbacks aren't going to be live and we're not going to do kickoffs and all that kind of stuff. And you can, tweak it to however you want to make the game safe for everybody, but at the same time still provide more of a legitimate competition than what you have with the spring game. And look, we all love getting the chance to go out to Williams-Brice Stadium and tailgate and do all that kind of stuff for the one weekend in the spring for football that we're allowed to do that. I think it would add even more knowing that you're going in there and actually watching somewhat more of an actual game than, again, just these teams scrimmaging against each other, which in the years past for South Carolina's spring game has kind of been a game that also ends up kind of being like drills and other kind of things. So it's even not like a full game all the way through. So, being able to say, hey, Furman, come in here, we'll play you, we'll do, 4 quarters or maybe you shorten the game and it's like 10-minute quarters or something like that. And you don't have a halftime or something to that effect. And you're able to get everybody out there on the field and really kind of evaluate your talent against another opponent. Like there's a lot of upside to this. And yes, you do have the caveat of, or the negative side of it, we're saying, oh, well, FCS teams are just going to get their players grabbed if somebody ends up popping off and looking well against a team like South Carolina. That is certainly a legitimate concern to have, and that kind of goes back to maybe if you adjust the transfer portal windows and stuff like that to where that wouldn't be a problem. But this is a conversation that we've been having for so long in reference to the future of spring games. And again, there's nothing inherently wrong with what we do now with the spring games being inter-squad scrimmages, but this is an opportunity I feel like, and a lot of people I feel like would agree as well, to enhance this and create it as more of an experience that not only benefits the fans in attendance by giving them something a little bit more legitimate to watch, but also helps out these respective programs again by giving you the chance to have some live reps against another team, which you aren't really getting at any other point during the year. And Coach Beamer brought up a really good point there. This is the only sport that does not have an exhibition, a preseason, whatever it may be. NFL has preseason. NBA has preseason. Major League Baseball has spring training. College baseball has exhibition games. So does college basketball and secret scrimmages and all that kind of stuff. It just doesn't make sense to me why college football can't take what is, and spring games themselves are such a unique thing where every school kind of has the flexibility to do things their own way with it. So I don't see why there's anything wrong with, again, inviting the FCS team or group of 5 team from within your state or one state over to say, hey, Mercer, for something like that. Why not? Come over to Williams-Brice Stadium, play us, and, let's make this into a spring game. Again, Beamer's on board with it. I'm on board with it. I think a lot of other people are as well. It's obviously easier said than done. There's probably a lot of red tape and hoops to jump through to make this happen, but I'd certainly be in favor of this, coming to fruition at some point in the future in regards to spring games. Just gives you a little more something to look forward to at the end of the day, in my opinion. So we'll see if anything ever becomes of that. Up next, switching gears to basketball. Elijah Campbell, our guy, once again on the road out in Nashville this upcoming weekend for the SEC Men's Tournament, which gets started coming up tonight. He'll be checking in. We'll get his thoughts on the tournament ahead and tonight's matchups for the first round games as well. That's all coming up. I'm Tyler Head. It is The Extra Point here on your Wednesday on The Game. Oh, it is a busy, busy week for our friends over at Twin Peaks. Of course, coming up on Sunday is St. Patrick's Day, and you can celebrate St. Patrick's Day all week long with an Irish whiskey, a Guinness beer, as well as scenic views. Starting tomorrow on March the 14th all the way through Sunday, March the 17th, which, of course, is St. Patrick's Day. Also be featuring a lingerie costume party and drink specials on some of their favorite festive shots, cocktails, and more. Sunday also is Selection Sunday for the upcoming March tournament. Get ready for Selection Sunday. Come to your local lodge to fill out your bracket in person. You'll automatically receive a free fried pickle basket, bounce back valid throughout the tournament just for showing up. Again, that's all coming up this week with our friends at Twin Peaks down in the Vista. Welcome back in. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you on this Wednesday morning. Today is the start of the SEC Men's Basketball Tournament. Going to be taking place once again out in Nashville. Of course, South Carolina getting at least one bye, so they will not be playing today. They will await the winner of Arkansas and Vanderbilt. Coming up tomorrow to dive in to all the specifics of what's coming up over the next couple days out there in Nashville, our resident tournament correspondent, I guess is the best way to put it. Elijah Campbell's put a lot of miles on his car these past couple days en route to Nashville. A little bit of a home game for you this time around.
Right.
Elijah, this tournament has bounced around to a lot of different places. Do you feel like Nashville is the perfect place to host it, though?
I think so. Like Nashville's been, it is a good, it's not as centralized now that Texas and Oklahoma are in the conference, and Texas A&M and Missouri don't make it as centralized. But I guess it's one of the closest things we can get to a centralized location. Bridgestone Arena is an awesome venue for sporting events. Obviously, the Nashville Predators play 40 plus regular season and playoff hockey games there every year. But it's an underrated basketball arena. The seating's fine. The facility it's new, it's up to date. And it's in a part of Nashville right downtown where it brings a lot of people. I mean, if the NFL draft taught us anything, that if Nashville can host just about anything and do it well and have the I guess things to do, the attractions to bring people here. So it's proven to be a really good venue for the SEC men's tournament, and I believe it's going to be here every year until 2035 at the earliest.
Now, how many bachelorette parties is the SEC tournament going to disrupt this week?
The over-under is going to be put at 7.5, and I think the over could will be very strong. Maybe not at the level of the NFL draft, and what is now, I guess, created an all-time great viral clip of the two women that were mad that the draft basically shut down Broadway for 2 nights and basically spoiled a bachelorette party. But there's got to be at least, St. Patrick's Day weekend. Yeah, I can absolutely see at least 7, 8 of them that are in town right now, and are going to be really curious as to why there's so many blue and orange shirts walking around everywhere.
I was going to say, it's in my opinion, that's their fault for not checking the calendar for the weekend before they made their plans, but that's besides the point. South Carolina, again, going to wait until tomorrow to play their first matchup around 3:30. It'll be about 25 minutes after game number 1 ends out there in Nashville, and they will await the winner of Arkansas and Vanderbilt tonight. We'll get into the specifics of that game in just a moment, but when you look at the position that South Carolina's in, where they really don't have to do anything of note this weekend to, really change the outcome of where they're going to be in next week's NCAA tournament. They're locked in regardless, and yes, if they ran the table and won all the games, potentially make their way up to a 4 seed, and if they theoretically get got bounced by an Arkansas or Vanderbilt, they could maybe fall down to number 6 seed. But for the most part, South Carolina kind of goes into this weekend with not a lot of pressure on their backs, which when you think about the past couple of years of this program, that's a very rare thing.
Oh, it is. It absolutely is. There's no pressure to actually win the thing to get in or to I don't know, maybe improve your spot dramatically. I think your assessment's pretty correct. I mean, if you get to the SEC championship and you play Kentucky and you maybe lose a close game, that could maybe be enough recency bias for the committee to maybe slot you up to a 4. I don't think they'll really get to a 3. If they do get to the SEC championship game, that will give them 6 quad 1 wins on the season. And, you look at some of the other 4s, Kansas is sitting there at 7. They're not going to get any wins this week, and I feel pretty good about that considering their 2 best players are out, and that Lenardi and Palm both kind of have them on the 4 line. There are a couple other teams that are 4s that I think are probably separated themselves enough. So I don't foresee them jumping onto the 4 line unless they do something like end up playing on Sunday. But really, as long as you avoid a loss to Arkansas, I think this team is destined for the 5 seed and will end up playing a pesky 12 come Thursday or Friday of next week. So I think NCAA tournament selection committee probably already has them penciled in somewhere, and it's really barring a really good run to change their mind.
Again, talking to our guy Elijah Campbell out at the SEC men's tournament, which gets rolling later on today. Arkansas and Vanderbilt be the first game, and then Georgia-Missouri wrapping up the night, roughly around 9:30, about 20 or so minutes after game number 1 ends. And again, South Carolina will take on the winner of game number 1 between Vanderbilt and Arkansas, 2 teams in South Carolina, both handled pretty easily earlier on this season. I think the much preferred matchup would be Vanderbilt because they are certainly the worst of the 2 teams, but it seems like it might be Arkansas because they shouldn't have a problem with Jerry Stackhouse's crew later on tonight. Again, a neutral site. You went on the road to Arkansas and won a tough game there earlier on this year in a venue that's not easy to win at. How do you see a theoretical matchup with technically both these teams playing out on a neutral site tomorrow?
Yeah, you're right. Arkansas is definitely the tougher matchup because the roster is just stronger. If you look at the Arkansas roster and don't add in the context of things that have actually happened on the floor this season, you're like, wow, this is an Elite 8 level team. Like Caleb Battle was a really good scorer at Temple. That was a big transfer portal addition. Tremont Mark was one of the best offensive threats that Houston has had the last couple of years, a team that's been, a 2 or a 1 seed pretty consistently. Ellis played on a bad Louisville team, but was a reliable scorer and an all-ACC type player. Jeremiah Davenport was a lockdown laser shooter from Cincinnati. That was a huge I thought that was a really good pickup, and he's only shot 30% from 3 this year. So there's a lot of guys that have just really disappointed. Devontae Davis has played college basketball for 10 years. Chandler Lawson's played college basketball for 10 years, and they're old, they're experienced, they should be a whole lot better than they are, and the fact that they have underachieved kind of makes it a little worrisome that if they do figure something out that they can give you a scare on Thursday, I just don't foresee them actually getting it together. They've had, whether it be the weird stretch of Devo Davis not playing a couple of games for undisclosed reasons, or Mekhi Mitchell needing to be separated from Eric Musselman in Baton Rouge when they played LSU because they were getting into it, on the floor, and he wasn't taking instruction very well when asked to run back on defense. There's enough dysfunction with this Arkansas team that I wouldn't put losing to Vanderbilt tonight past them at all, especially considering, these teams played earlier in the season in Fayetteville, and Vanderbilt ended up beating them. And this was, February 27th. So not too terribly long ago, Vanderbilt beat them in Fayetteville. And while Vanderbilt is there's a talent ocean, I don't want to say gap, there's a talent ocean between Vanderbilt and everybody else. They still play a really slow, methodical pace, and if they, get hot from the three-point line and they're able to take advantage of some of the insecurities of this Arkansas basketball team, I wouldn't put it past them that we're seeing South Carolina play Vanderbilt tomorrow. But in theory, Arkansas should absolutely take care of business, and if they play South Carolina again, I think we'll see a lot of what we saw in that first meeting, even though that was, a few months ago. And South Carolina is a much more polished team. They're a much more controlled team. They have defined roles on their team. I would be very shocked if we're not playing basketball or talking about a basketball game against Auburn on Friday.
Real quick, if Vanderbilt loses tonight, is that the nail in the coffin for Jerry Stackhouse?
At any other school, yes. At Vanderbilt, I think he'll probably get him one more year. there's a really strong relationship between Candace Story-Lee, the athletic director, and Jerry Stackhouse, and I think there's a lot of belief there, especially considering we're a year removed from a run to the semifinals of an SEC tournament game. Like, Jerry Stackhouse has coached well in postseasons the last few years in terms of the SEC tournament. He has a solid SEC tournament record, but at some point, what you do in November through February has to matter. So I think he may have one more year in him, but I wouldn't expect us talking about Jerry Stackhouse coaching this team in 2027.
Absolutely. Again, that's Elijah Campbell out the SEC men's tournament. We're going to be checking in with him all weekend long. And thanks to our friends once again at Cool Care Heating and Air and Atkins Law for allowing you to be out there.
That's right. Cool Care Heating and Air and Atkins Law, be good sponsors of this. Appreciate them forking over the money to let me come out here and get to talk ball with you guys.
All right. Well, have fun out there in Nashville. We'll be checking in with you more later on in the day.
Sounds good. See you, Tyler.
All right, see ya. That is Elijah Campbell, again, out at the SEC men's tournament. We'll come back and wrap up the hour here on the Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you on this Wednesday here on The Game. Welcome back in. Extra Point Tyler Head along with you on this Wednesday morning, wrapping up hour number 1. Do want to let you know coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, we're going to change the schedule up a little bit. Typically do this on Thursdays, but we are moving the Garnet Trust Hour up to today. Liv Thompson, former South Carolina women's basketball player, sat down with Wes the other day. We'll have that interview for you coming up next in the Garnet Trust Hour at 10 o'clock. Also, a reminder about the Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union Grand Slam giveaway going on all baseball season long. Your chance to win money anytime a Gamecock hitter hits a Grand Slam this season. Pot is currently up to $450 after no Grand Slams in last night's game win 4-3 against Georgia State. So they head into this weekend starting SEC play against Ole Miss with $450 on the line in game number 1. Again, head on over to 1075thegame.com and register for your chance to win the Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union Grand Slam giveaway. Head out to the Firehouse Subs text line 803-404-6100. Appreciate you guys as always for weighing in. Our guy Steve, in reference to what I talked about earlier with Beamer's comments on the spring game, potentially turning that into a more legitimate competition by welcoming in another team like a Furman or a Wofford or something like that, as opposed to making it an inter-squad scrimmage. He says live reps in April, 5 months before the season, are just as meaningless. If you want to make money on it, okay, that's different. I wouldn't say it's meaningless, especially when you're in the midst of, in a lot of ways, trying to determine maybe some position battles earlier on in spring. And I look at a year like this where you're going to have a battle at quarterback between Lenore Sellers and Robbie Ashford. And while, yes, playing a Furman is not the same as playing a Alabama or an LSU or something like that, still, live reps are live reps. And being able to say, okay, after a month of practice, we think Lenore Sellers has the edge right now. Let's see him go up against another team that isn't familiar with what he's doing, that doesn't know the playbook like our defense knows it or something like that, and see what he can do. And if he goes out there and has a great performance and Robbie Ashford goes out there and struggles, that gives you a little bit more of a baseline on saying, okay, well, now Lenore Sellers is X amount of steps ahead of Robbie Ashford going into summer. And again, kind of help you evaluate in a lot of different ways. And also, you know, it still allows you the opportunity to play a lot of guys. And look, at the end of the day, the score of the spring game wouldn't matter necessarily. You don't want to lose it or get blown out by it or anything like that by any means. But, just being able to get a little glimpse. And it's not going to be the end-all, be-all. And, it's only a one-game sample size, but it can give you something to be able to, to build off of as you go through the summer. I'm not saying that's going to be the one thing that determines the position battle at the end of the day, but giving you a little bit more of a baseline as opposed to just another inter-squad scrimmage like the spring game has become can certainly help you, be a little bit farther ahead as you go through summer and when you eventually get into fall camp right before the season starts. So again, it's not a perfect science by any means, but I see a lot more upside to this as opposed to just continuing the status quo of what we've been doing with, with the spring game for years and years as well. And again, I think a big point of this too is just providing something that's a little more entertaining. And yeah, you get good crowds out there to Williams-Brice Stadium for the spring game, but if you say, hey, this is going to be an actual legitimate game as opposed to a scrimmage, I think you get more interest in. You have the opportunity, as Bieber mentioned there, to say, all right, well, the gate's going to be $5 or $10 or something like that. And you can raise a ton of money for a local charity or whatever, your respective cause can be. So there's a lot of possibilities and a lot of potential for doing things with this spring game if you have the opportunity to make it into something a little bit more legitimate. And again, there's probably a lot of hoops to jump through and a lot of red tape to get through if you ever wanted to make this become a thing. But Coach Beamer and several other coaches out there have expressed their interest, at least, into making this kind of thing happen. So in this ever-changing world of college football where nothing seems to be off the table at this point in time, I don't see why something like this can't end up coming to fruition, hopefully sometime in the near future, because I would certainly be on board with that, and I think a lot of other people would certainly be as well. Before we head in to the Garnet Trust Hour coming up next, do want to give you the opportunity to win some tickets. Coming up this weekend, it is the St. Patrick's Day celebration in 5 Points all day long, 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., all things green. Biggest one-day St. Patrick's Day celebration in the Southeast. Our station's going to be on site with giveaways. There's going to be concerts, and there's going to be plenty of things going on down there in 5 Points this weekend. I have a pair of general admission tickets to give away right now to caller number 3, 803-404-6100. Again, a pair of general admission tickets to this Saturday's St. Patrick's Day celebration going on in 5 Points. Give me a call right now. And again, Garden Trust Hour coming up next with Liv Thompson, former South Carolina women's basketball player who sat down with Wes Mitchell earlier on this week. That'll do it for today's edition of The Extra Point here on The Game. Welcome back in. It is the Garnet Trust Hour here on The Game. Tyler Head along with you. Of course, that was our conversation with Liv Thompson. Wes Mitchell sitting down with her a little bit earlier on this week. Certainly thank her for her time. She's been kind of a regular on here. I believe we're going to try and get her on a couple more times here, especially as the NCAA women's tournament goes along. And as she mentioned there at the end, she could potentially be on the call again with Brad Muller on the Gamecocks radio network, and I've gotten the opportunity to listen to her a couple times in some of the games that she has gotten to call with Brad. Thought she did a really good job. She's definitely got a good personality for radio. I think that was very evident the first couple times that she was in here, with us for the Garnet Trust Hour. So it translates well, and obviously she has the knowledge of just being a part of a team, a year ago, and having all that experience, gone through national championships and all that kind of stuff. So very good insight from Liv Thompson. And again, I believe we'll be hearing from her more over the next couple of weeks as we make our way through the NCAA tournaments here starting up at the end of next week. Speaking of which, Dawn Staley last night was on Carolina Calls. Of course, all the conversation this week revolving around the scuffle that happened at the end of the game against LSU in the SEC Championship Final on Sunday. And it's certainly a topic that we've, looked at from just about every conceivable angle over the course of the past 3 days. But I think a very important question was posed to Dawn last night on if there's going to be any, concern on more aggressive whistles going forward over the next couple weeks of the tournament after what happened on Sunday against LSU. Here is what Coach Staley had to say.
Oh, I'm triggered. I'm triggered from what took place last year. Because I just feel like we are bigger than most teams. So our bigs endure a lot more than they should. And I just don't want the narrative. We had another coach speak on our team last year, heading into the NCAA tournament, and I just want to make sure that our players are protected. Not anything that's outside of the rim of just normal physical basketball, but it was a bit much yesterday. Mm-hmm. It was a bit much in the Final Four. Okay, so I am. So I will scream it to the top of my lungs that I'm triggered in a way that I feel like going into the tournament, I don't want our team to be deemed overly physical, and I don't want our team to be in a position to have to endure abnormal physicality in the basketball game.
All right. And, the point that she brings up of a coach having that same kind of conversation a year ago obviously went back to Gino Auriemma of UConn, and when South Carolina beat them a season ago on the road, that was the game that came away and he was talking about the bruises on his players and all that kind of stuff and the physicality that South Carolina played with, and so Dawn Staley rightfully called him out and said, well, UConn's always been a very physical basketball team and didn't see you saying anything about that for all those years and stuff like that. So, Dawn Staley's program here has built itself on being very good on defense, being very aggressive on defense. And in most matchups they have, you look at somebody like Camila Cardoso, who is 6'7", they usually have the size advantage, which again helps them win the rebounding game, which they do more often than not. No matter who the opponent is, and just has that physicality down near the basket. It's something this program has built itself on. Now, you have a year like this year where South Carolina has opened up their offense a little bit more, but there's still that same aggressive style of defense. And at the end of the day, we always talk about defense winning championships, and South Carolina's got a darn good one. And when you have what happened on Sunday, especially in a game that garnered so much national attention and there was so much buzz going into the game, when you have what happened on Sunday, that can lead, and it depends on the officiating crew, to maybe those referees being a little more aggressive with how they call fouls, not wanting things to fall apart in the way that they ended up happening on Sunday. Because, again, that was a refereeing crew that allowed both teams to play very physically, allowed both teams to really, get their shots in as the game went along. And, of course, nobody was expecting the melee at the end of the game to be the ultimate outcome of that. But it's one of those things that can happen when things get a little bit chippy between two physical teams like South Carolina and LSU. Now, there were certainly situations earlier in the game that could have been addressed a little bit better. Again, Angel Reese did throw a pretty nasty elbow on Cardoso that could have gotten her disqualified earlier in the game, if we're being completely honest. There was the hair pulling situation. There was Flazé Johnson throwing her elbow at Ashton Watkins that did not lead to her disqualification. So there were certainly things that could have been done throughout the course of that game that could have maybe alleviated some things a little bit that wouldn't have led to what we ended up having there in the last couple of minutes of the game. But again, Dawn Staley rightfully concerned as we head into the tournament that that's something that could bite her team, that if the style of basketball that they play is just automatically going to get nipped in the butt now that this incident has happened. Now, for South Carolina getting through the first couple of rounds of the tournament, that shouldn't be a problem. But let's say you face off with an Iowa. Let's say you play LSU again. Let's say you play Stanford, whoever it may be. If you're not being able to play the game to your full potential the way you want to play it, that could certainly hurt you against some of that tougher competition. So we will certainly see what happens as we get into the tournament, again, coming up at the end of next week. Real quick, as we wrap up today's edition of the Garner Trust Hour, before we get in the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour, presented by Firehouse Subs, next weekend, not this weekend, but next weekend, South Carolina plays host to its first conference opponent in baseball, that being the Vanderbilt Commodores, come into town for a 3-game set. I have a pair of tickets for next Friday's game, 2 pairs actually. Callers number 4 and 5 right now, 803-404-6100. Win yourself a pair of tickets to see South Carolina take on Vanderbilt in baseball coming up next Friday at Founders Park. Coming up next, Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs here on The Game. 11 o'clock on your Wednesday morning. Welcome in. It is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler Head, Wes Mitchell, and Chris Clark along with you in the Herndon Chevrolet Studios. The whole band finally back together as Chris has missed a couple days this week, and you couldn't miss 2 more interesting days. We had the Melee to talk about on Monday, and obviously we were out at Pro Day yesterday, so you got to catch back up on everything, Chris.
Melee Monday. I like it. Tyler, what did you think of your first Pro Day experience, man?
I thought it was really cool. A lot going on, certainly a lot of things to keep up with, but a really cool experience. Got to see some cool stuff, seeing, Spencer thrown to the receivers and stuff, and I think all 32 NFL teams were in attendance to some degree yesterday, so cool experience.
And 4 CFL teams,
yes,
by the way.
Okay.
Don't forget them.
Can't leave them out.
Well, that could be valuable for some of the guys that were there who are, frankly, on that line between am I going to have an NFL shot or not. There's obviously a little bit different standard on the CFL side, and I don't know that I assume CFL teams have come to those in the past, but I don't know if I've seen it noted before, so that was cool. And my favorite part was actually we had Dow Loggins on while Spencer was throwing, and at first I felt kind of bad because I was like, I'm sure he wants to be dialed into this, but he was literally, you could tell he was like talking to us, but his eyes kept darting back, rightfully so, to what Spencer was doing. And so that was really cool. Loggins spent 17 years in the NFL, so he was kind of giving us, hey, what is an NFL team thinking right now? What are they looking for? What are those phone calls like? Because obviously teams are going to be calling Dow Loggins asking about, South Carolina's guys. And I think it's one of those things, and Loggins talked about this. He's like, look, there has to be a certain level of credibility with the college coaches. Like, you can't just talk up everybody if you're a college coach, because the next time they call you, they're going to be like, oh, this guy talks up everybody. Well, I know one thing Loggins has talked about in his press conferences in the past is like, hey, when people call and ask about Spencer Rattler, ask about Xavier Legette, we don't have to lie. Like, we are able to truthfully talk about how hard they work, how good of teammates they are, how they carry themselves. And really, my takeaway from talking to both him and then listening to you guys talk to Clayton White, it was that these NFL teams are out there to find what does not show up on the film. And you can grind through the film all you want, but there are certain things that just do not show up on the film. So you're trying to fill in all the other blanks, whether it be with a pro day, whether it be with the NFL Combine, whether it be with the team's private workouts, or these conversations you're having with the coaches. And so that's what yesterday was about. For Rattler, for Legette, I get the impression, Chris, they're kind of right